Hey, good morning. If you have Masjid, or I'm not sure how to say her name.
I know they said that about probation.
Masjid, if we can have her first, please.
Officer, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have Susan Masjid available to go first?
Is Magic here?
Oh.
She's not here yet. She had to come from these compounds.
Okay.
She's on her way.
Board members, you just want to see someone else, then.
Yeah, we'll get started. And when she gets there, we can bring her up. And we just let OBS know we're still waiting.
Okay. Any preference on?
Nope.
All right, we'll take anyone that's available that
Sure.
I know. When Masjid
Wants
gets
to go
here, we'll
first?
take her next.
What's your last name? Jones Brown?
Okay.
Did you all want her or you want to wait for the other one?
Victim outrage.
Yeah, we can take her, that'd be fine.
Okay. Come on in. You can close the door and when you're done, just come on out.
Good morning.
Good morning, we'll be with you in just 1 second.
Okay.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Boydsford. Today is Friday, May 15th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Eileen Keys.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Hi, I'm Portia Jones Brown, 437-840.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Portia Jones Brown, inmate number 437-840. She is serving a sentence of 7 years, suspended after 2 years and 6 months with 3 years probation for 3 counts of violation of a standing criminal protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 17th, 2026. There is no victim input. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs at this time. Utilizing the Women's Nurse Needs Assessment Order, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hi, good morning, you all. Thank you for coming today and meeting with me. I have written a letter, excuse me, and I'd like to share it.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, you can have a seat if you'd like when you're reading the letter. Yeah, we appreciate, the formality that you're putting forward, but we can have this hearing with you sitting.
Oh, thank you very much. I
welcome.
appreciate that because I am a little nervous. Thank you. So I did write a letter and I'd like to share it with you all. It says, my devotion to being a positive and impactful person while incarcerated has greatly affected the quality and meaningfulness of my sentence here. Being granted the opportunity to fully rehabilitate myself would allow me the opportunity to pursue my goals of going back to school to become a licensed practical nurse, also completing my continuing education courses that would allow me to retain my property and casualty insurance license that I have successfully held for 11 years. Also being able to be reintegrated back into society by the Board of Paroles into the community would give me access to therapeutic mental health resources, such as therapy, AA meetings, volunteering opportunities, nature to self-soothe, as well as returning to my congregation as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, where I am a full-time Bible teacher. Applying the skills I have learned through weekly therapy with the social workers Chelsea and Ashley, and attending groups such as dialectical behavioral therapy, coping skills, trauma, art therapy, standing strong, shout it out, and the group New Thoughts will help me to manage my life in a way that wouldn't cause me to recidivate. Some skills I have learned through these groups, such as reframing, challenging disempowering beliefs, learning my triggers and signs of a mental health decline, as well as utilizing a pros and cons list to help me make positive decisions, as well as learning boundaries and mirroring that with vulnerability as a form of authenticity. Being granted to parole by the board would allow me the chance to apply myself to being productive in a way that was previously not learned or was simply oblivious to me. Seeing the positive outcomes that come from avoiding conflict, taking my medication, asking for help, and pausing to reflect on responses and consequences before acting solidifies my resolve to keep these habits. Also, my perception of authority has been transformed throughout this time. Understanding the necessity for authority, its loving place in this environment to protect and assist, has given me a deep reverence for all forms of authority and the benefits in adhering to the laws and standards of the free world authorities, such as law enforcement, parole, including probation. Please consider these profound elements of change that marked my time here at York, including the positive outcomes I've had while here, being hired as a tier worker for my unit, one of 12 people selected into the Connecticut Trades Builders Apprenticeship Program, being a full-time student, and being invited to participate in the Frederick Douglass Justice Panel for inmates, discussing important aspects of life for incarcerated women and advocating for improvements in our daily lives here. Thank you all for your consideration.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jones-Brown. That was very well done. Gave us a lot of information that some of it was fairly new to me, or you provided a little bit more background for it. Thank you. We're going to ask you some questions. Then we are going to deliberate and give you our response. Now, today's hearing was continued from last month to reach out to the victim in your case. There is no victim input today.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Pohl will begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Jones-Brown.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay, thank you. I hope you're well too.
Thank you. So let's just start at the beginning. Why are you in prison right now?
Well, I'm in prison because in January 2024, I violated the protective order I had with the victim by sending a slew of text messages and email and making a phone call, which violated my probation. And subsequently, there was a warrant for my arrest and I turned myself in.
So did you violate this protective order in any physical way?
No, I did not physically see the victim. I did not go to their place of residence or work. I did not do any of that. It was all virtual through the phone.
Okay, and so where are you with what you did now? So it seemed to me when I was reading about what you did, you were pretty obsessed with sending messages and things like that.
Yes, that's
Have you
true.
learned anything about yourself that will give you a different frame of mind when it comes to the protective order here, which is still in place?
Yes, so one of my charges that I pled guilty to was harassment. And the reality of understanding that someone believes and feels and thinks that you have harassed them has greatly transformed my idea and my feelings and my thoughts about my crime. I, at the time of sending these messages, really felt like I told Officer Boisford, I really felt and believed that I wanted to make amends. But now I understand that this is a form of harassment, and this type of behavior is scary, frightening. And so now, after being incarcerated for 18 months at this point, I've had time to reflect and understand that this behavior, despite my motive and intention, not only is wrong, but it's frightening. And I don't want to view myself as a scary person. So my thoughts about the crime have been transformed.
Okay, very good. I don't want to talk about it because we're on public stream, but you've taken care of your mental health while you've been in?
Yes, greatly. Thanks to social workers, Chelsea and Ashley, the groups I've attended, and really being open to medication and getting a medication that works well with me has helped me to manage my mental health issues.
And then I know that there were some programs on your OAP that you didn't get a chance to take. But you did take, and you talked about it, so I don't want to go into it that much because you've already given us a lot of what you've learned and things like that. But coping skills, the trauma group, Sisters Standing Strong. You did say something about New Thoughts. Are you in New Thoughts now, or were you able to?
Yes, I'm in New Thoughts now with the counselor Hutchins.
Okay, and do you know when that ends?
It ends in about, I think, the 3rd week of June or the 2nd week of June.
So when did you start it?
I began this Tuesday.
This past Tuesday.
Yeah.
And with the New Thoughts program, is it reinforcing some of the things that you learned in these other groups? Or is it all new information?
No, I really love New Thoughts because we have a group in our unit called Coping Skills, and New Thoughts complements what I'm learning through coping skills. So for instance, I brought one of the activities I won't bring it out because it's not, unless you want to see it, but one of the things we went over was we had an example of name a situation, name how you feel about the situation, how you feel, and what your reaction was to it. And in coping skills, we talk about how to use certain coping skills such as reframing when you have a crisis. And so they just go well together so far. I really like New Thoughts.
That's a good thing. So when it comes to sponsorship in the community, we haven't been able to confirm with your dad yet. Is that, do you know when the last time you spoke with him was?
Yeah, last night I talked to him last night. I had asked him if you all reached out to him, just based on the interview I had with Boys for, he let me know that there would be a contact with him, but
Yeah.
my dad said no one reached out yet.
Okay, all right. Somebody did try, but we'll have somebody take a look at that. And then when you're going into the community, one of the things that I just heard you say was that you connected with a building trade somehow?
Yes, oh my goodness, what a privilege, because just to be transparent, you know, I don't want to hide anything with you all, and I'm sure I don't have that capability to hide anything, but I was previously incarcerated for this same crime. And my first time here, you know, which is why I wanted to talk so much in my letter about how my view of authority has changed. You know, I wasn't eligible for a lot of programs, a lot of opportunities because of my behavior in 2021 when I was here. But this time I have been able to be a part of a lot of programs, and the apprenticeship builder's trade for construction trades is one of them. And it's really exciting because we're learning skills about construction trades that would allow us to seek employment. There's a stipend they offer us if we complete the program. It's like a major privilege, truly.
That's great. And I know that you have a lot of options there. You're talking about nursing. You're also talking about the license that you have or had for property casualty stuff. So that's a good thing. So you have a lot of options when it comes to that. So I guess the last thing is, you know, do you feel that you'd have any problem abiding by what the criminal protective orders say right now?
Not at all. One thing I was hoping I had the opportunity to talk about was, you know, how hard I worked to accept my circumstances that I created for myself by violating the protective order. And, you know, I did a lot of work, very hard work with the social workers, my medication, finding one that works to not only accept the circumstances of being in prison, but really, you know, the ending of that friendship I had, you know, 6 years ago. So at this point, I have moved on from that, and I have no intention of violating the criminal restraining order or protective order whatsoever.
Well, thank you for answering my questions today, Melissa.
Thank you. So Ms. Jones-Brown, I think you did a great job answering my colleagues' questions. And I do hear a lot of insight into why you're incarcerated and the significance of not abiding by the protective order and how important it will be to have no contact with this victim going forward. I wanted to ask, though, when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you admitted to violating the protective order by sending text messages and pictures of yourself. But I have a little note that you said you have unfinished business with the victim. Do you recall saying that?
Not in that context. Boisvert asked me why I initially even texted him with the protective order, and it's because I felt like at that time I had unfinished business. That's not at all what I feel now.
All right, that makes sense. Can you tell me why you thought you had unfinished business with the victim before, when you knew, having already been arrested for violating the protective order?
So when I was incarcerated and after violating a protective order in 2021, when I got incarcerated, in 2022, my mother died. She passed away while I was in prison. And my connection to the victim is that I was his deceased wife's best friend who had committed suicide. And now that my mother had passed away, I felt like I wanted to share, you know, the grief that I was experiencing and that he could relate to, and that maybe his children could relate to. now that my mother had passed away, 2 years after his spouse.
Okay, I see. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Ms. Keys?
Thank you. Just going along that further, so in the notes that I had taken from the conversation with Officer Boisbar, it said that you had wanted to apologize to him, to the victim, and that's why you were reaching out. You felt that that was the unfinished business. Is that true?
That's correct.
And then, but did you also send him nude pictures?
I was intoxicated at the time, and I felt like that was something that he may have wanted. I had a very bad idea about the connection we had. It was very wrong. And so that's why I sent those intimate pictures.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you. I know that's hard to talk about, but I appreciate you explaining that, because I just wanted to put the pieces together from the different things, but it all could make sense now. So I appreciate that. I know that was a hard question. Okay, so you have no reason now to communicate with the victim.
No.
There's no unfinished,
Not
you
at
don't
all.
have to, and if you want to apologize for anything, you can apologize now, and then that it would be done. But you're good. Okay. So I appreciate everything you've already said. I think I just have one last question. You talked about realizing how important it is, and you've been getting on the right medication. And I don't, again, as my colleague mentioned, we are live streamed, so I don't want to talk too much about that. But it sounded like there were some times where maybe you weren't taking it. How do you feel about remaining on it now?
I definitely need my medication to, thrive and to do well. And, the times I didn't take it while incarcerated, as I mentioned to the social workers here, I wanted to be sure that the behaviors and changes and the outcomes I had were truly things that I was doing myself, that I was capable and responsible for, and it wasn't some perfunctory side effect of the medication. That's the only reason I had stopped at times, and then I went right back on it. So I definitely need the medication to be my best self.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we people not, but people question the medications when it's for some sort of behavioral or mental health thing, whereas if it was for something else physical in our body, like diabetes or high blood pressure or something, that we would, we don't question it the same way. Where as long as you're feeling well and you're doing well, that's you, and that's, and it's just, same with our physical, it's all just helping our body to regulate in whatever way it needs to be.
Exactly.
To make us the most healthy person we can be, and to keep us that way so we can all thrive, like you said. And that's definitely what we want for you. Okay, I think that's all I have for questions. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. As I stated earlier, we had no victim input. That's why the case was continued, but there was outreach done. All right, so Ms. Jones-Brown, we will now discuss your case and give you our decision in just a few minutes. So you can stay there. Just do not interrupt. Right, Mr.
Okay.
Parole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ms. Jones-Brown is Gabe really turned it around. Her OAP programs, the ones that are there, she was not able to take until recently. However, there are a lot of programs at York that are not OAP-based programs that she's been able to take, which, that's why I had the question about New Thoughts and how New Thoughts was complementing what she's already learned in the other groups, which
Seems to overlap the
yeah.
coping skills program. Yeah.
With coping skills and just her standing strong in the trauma group, things like that.
Exactly.
That she was able to take part in. She is taking care of her, she's taking care of her mental health. She has not had a disciplinary report since her sentencing date. And actually in more than a year. So that's a very positive thing. She has a plan for the community and what she wants to engage in, including 12-step recovery, therapy, and faith-based help. She's articulated a lot of what she learned through working with people in MHU at the facility. She understands, I believe, thoroughly about contact when it comes to protective orders. Based on all of that, I would support parole today.
Thank you. Thank you. And you said it, I'll just reiterate it for my part of the deliberation is, I do feel that Ms. Jones has a good sense of that she could have no contact with the victim in any way going forward. And I do see somebody who has really come to terms with what her mental health needs and the importance of taking good care of herself in that respect. So I am also find her suitable for discretionary parole today. Ms. Keys?
Thank you. I will be in the minority. I definitely hear my colleagues and I definitely appreciate everyone's thoughts. Ms. Jones Brown sounds wonderful. She's clearly very intelligent. She sounds very sweet. She did demonstrate understanding that I liked that she said that the word harassment really was kind of hit her and helped her to perceive what was going on differently. I think she sounds really, really great. And I'm very happy to hear that. The only reason I'll be denounced is I just wish we had more time of stability, but
More time on with what respect?
well, as of the evaluation we received 2 months ago, there was a non-compliance with medications. And so the March 2026 assessment said they're not currently taking medications, but they were working with her on it. So I just,
Okay.
and then there were DORs, although as my colleague had mentioned, they were over a year ago and they were prior to sentencing. And she has taken a lot of programs within a particular unit, but not offender accountability programs. So I would have just wanted a little longer time of stability, but I absolutely appreciate and respect my colleagues. It's kind of a toss up for me, but I'll go on the minority.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
do have that is compliant currently with
Yes.
mental health medications, after having some difficulty with that, and has done a number of mental health programs. And really it was voices, I think, that she was lacking in terms of her OAP,
And
as
New
she's
Thoughts.
currently, well, she's in New Thoughts. Well,
It's not reflected on the record, but yeah,
Okay.
but yeah.
that could just not be updated as the parole officer noted. Okay, so reasons for your denial are,
Inadequate institutional program participation,
okay,
and we can leave it at that.
okay. And Mr. Paul, what did you have for conditions?
I have no alcohol based on the basis of one of the violations.
I agree, yes.
Halfway house placement, out of state plan, mental health evaluation and treatment, or are we mental health treatment and medication compliance?
That's really a toss up. I would say medication
I
compliance.
had put that, I believe they did note that in their assessment.
And then no contact with victim as.
Okay. All right, so in the matter of Portia Jones Brown, inmate number 437840, there's a motion to grant parole on or after May 15th, 2026, which is today, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health treatment with medication compliance, out-of-state plan, and no contact with the victim, SN.
So,
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Aye. And the record will reflect that Ms. Keys voted in the minority due to inadequate institutional program participation. All right, Ms. Jones Brown, we wish you the best of luck. Please keep in mind that protective order prevents any contact whatsoever, and you will be arrested if in fact you violate that.
Yes, thank you all. I appreciate
Okay.
your feedback as well. Thank you for that.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Portia Jones Brown, inmate number 437840.
Right.
Thank you.
thank you.
Oh, damn. All right. I got them all. But one person. What?
Hello.
Is, Bastion ready?
Yes.
Perfect. We think it. Got it. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyster. Today is Friday, May 15th, 2026. This is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons of Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Eileen Keyes.
Also attending is the board psychologist as well as staff from the Office of Victim Services. Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Susan Mathday, 381552.
Can you pronounce your last name for us?
Mastay,
Mastay. Thank you.
yes.
This hearing is being held in consideration of the parole application for Susan Mastay, inmate number 381552. She is serving a sentence of 8 years suspended after 36 months with 3 years probation for violation of a protective order, operation of a motor vehicle with a child passenger while under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and violation of probation with a violation of the protective order as the underlying offense. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 18th, 2026. There is victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the warrant, beyond violence, new thoughts, and tier 4. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment Board, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
When I first walked through these doors of this prison, I was overwhelmed with the fact that I had 3 years to serve. Today, I look at the time I've done as a blessing in disguise. I fell into a depression which added to an addiction that made me leave all my morals and beliefs behind. I was not the same person I grew up to be. Being here and working on myself every day for the last 18 months has given me the power to take control of my life back. Since being here, I've successfully completed the Tier 4 Marilyn Baker program, New Thoughts, Beyond Violence, and voluntarily attended 3 or more NA meetings a week and held a job through my entire sentence. I'm proud of the woman I am today, and I'm looking forward to a positive future. When I get home, I plan on attending NA meetings with my sponsor taking care of my mother and my 2 children. And in the near future, I plan to work in recovery and attend CCAR to obtain my recovery coach certification. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard today.
Thank you, Ms. Nastage. So we're going to be asking you some questions and then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. We also have input today from the Office of Victim Services.
Okay.
All right. All right. So I'm going to begin with the questions today. So you were on probation for a violation of protective order when you were arrested on some new charges, including the operating under the influence, where you were taking what you said were your prescription medications, but you seem to be not in the right state of mind at the time, even though they were prescribed. Can you talk a little bit more about what was going on at that time and how you plan to manage your medication compliance going forward?
Sure. That was an isolated incident. I had COVID at the time and my 2-year-old had COVID. We were up for the entire night before that, but I have a psychiatrist at home and I have a therapist that I see. So that's how I'll manage my medication in the future. But at the time, we had just been up all night and I had fallen asleep at the gas station when she fell asleep finally in the car. When I pulled up to the gas pump, I was waiting for a parking spot to be free in front of the store, so I didn't have to bring her in with me, and I fell asleep.
Okay. And what about the violation of the protective orders?
He wasn't letting me see my daughter at the time.
Mhm.
So I was calling him and harassing him, and, you know, I take full accountability for that. I went over to his house to threaten him with a knife, and I feel bad about it.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate you saying that you feel bad about it. We didn't, you know, there was really no sense of remorse in your opening statement.
Yeah.
I think we can all appreciate that you wanted to see your child, but there's still protective orders in place.
Yes, I understand that. I'm
So
very
so, you know, as a panel, as a board, we're primarily concerned about how you'll manage all that going forward.
Yes, I understand that. Well, I plan on obtaining a lawyer when I get out to take him back to court for custody of her. So I don't have to talk to him. You know, my lawyer can handle everything.
Right. Because in your opening statement, you said, you know, get out and take care of my 2 children. Well, you don't
Yes.
have custody of the one
I
child.
have visitation rights.
Yes.
For Alice. Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. But I am concerned. I hear you have visitation, but you know, there is planning involved. There's still no contact, no harassing. So I'm still a little unclear as
Well, that's why I plan on hiring an attorney for him to take care of all of this, because I can't, you know, speak to him. So I'm gonna have my attorney do everything and file the motion, so I don't have to deal with it.
Okay. Well, I absolutely think that, you know, that's the right way to do things.
Yeah.
And the only way to do things for
Me
you.
too. Yeah.
But let's talk about your emotions a little bit, because that seemed to fuel a lot of what was going on.
Yeah.
And so how do you plan to manage your emotions during this time frame? Have you done any mental health treatment while you've been there, participated in any programs that have given you an opportunity to put together a plan? So when things don't go like you're hoping they will go,
Right.
that you don't find yourself back at York.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. I have a therapist at home. They haven't given me any. I have a psychiatrist in here, but he doesn't see you that often. But I completed Beyond Violence. I plan on seeing my psychiatrist, my therapist, you know, just taking all the right steps to get this back on track again.
Okay. I heard you I read also that, you weren't really that you're not participating in any mental health services while you're there. But didn't you were in treatment prior to being arrested?
Yes, I have a psychiatrist and a therapist at home.
Yeah. So why will it be different going forward?
I wasn't seeing my psychiatrist that often or my therapist, so I plan on seeing her every week. And my psychiatrist, as often as he'll see me, he sees me about once a month.
And are you in the MAP program now?
Yes.
You are. Okay. And
Yeah.
is that something you plan to continue in the community?
My Suboxone treatment, yes.
Okay. All right. And you have 3 years of probation again for these charges. And you've been on probation in the past. Actually, you've been on probation 11 times altogether, or some form of community supervision.
Okay.
And you've struggled with it over at least 6 times. We have unsuccessful terms. How do you see things being different?
Just, I plan on attending NA meetings out in the community. I plan on, like I said, seeing my therapist, my psychiatrist. I plan on getting a sponsor, taking care of my mother, just doing things, exercising, doing things that keep me busy.
You mentioned that you took the Beyond Violence program, and I have that you completed the New Thoughts program also.
Yes, I did.
So with those 2 programs, can you talk a little bit about how you think they might help you in the community? Any skills or strategies that you've garnered from that you think will be helpful?
Yes, with, what was it, Beyond Violence, I received new coping skills and new thoughts. Journaling, listening to music, exercising. They taught me, to be less aggressive.
What does that mean to you, to be less aggressive?
To talk out my problems and, talk to my therapist and my psychiatrist.
Okay. And how about New Thoughts?
New Thoughts. That taught me new coping skills as well. Like how to think differently, to change your thought or, to make the outcome different. So.
Did you think you benefited from those programs? I mean, I've heard you say coping skills a couple of times. It just seems like maybe they didn't have, and that's fine, that you don't think they had the greatest impact on how things will go for you.
No, I just plan on, taking things in stride at home, like not reacting to things as I did in the past.
Why do you think you reacted the way you did instead of, going back to the courts, talking with an attorney? Why do you think you took it to this extreme?
Just wanting to see my daughter, at the moment, not waiting, because she would be crying for me, or I'd hear that, he'd tell my mom things or something, and it would upset me. So I would want to see her, in that moment and make everything all right. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all understand, the emotions run high, especially when children are involved, whether they're yours or not. I don't think any of us can ever not be affected when we see children that are in distress.
Especially your own, especially when your own is crying for you and crying for your,
But I look at, you have a lengthy criminal history. Right.
Yes,
You've had some struggles with the criminal system. You've had assault and breach of peace and violation, conditional release, some larcenies. So, and I'm sure you've done a lot of different programs.
Yes, I have. I've been working on myself for the whole past 18 months, and I just plan on going to NA meetings and getting a sponsor and stay out of trouble.
Is that things you've done in the past that have been helpful? Meetings and sponsor?
No, I have never done that before.
No? Okay, you took the Tier 4 program. Is that a sort of a more
That
intensive program than you've ever taken before?
Yes, it was.
What have you done in the community in terms of treatment? Anything recent?
Out in the public?
Yes.
Not in here? Oh,
Not there, yeah.
as for treatment, nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Just
Okay.
my doctor that prescribes my Suboxone.
Okay, so is Tier 4, was it new to you in terms of
Yes.
an intensive program?
Yes, it was.
Okay,
Yeah, I've only done a 30-day rehab before, and that wasn't, this was 8 months.
right.
Yeah.
What do you
so
think
it really
was-
helped me.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, it is probably the Tier 4 program. It's probably one of the best.
Yeah, it is.
Department of Corrections.
Yeah.
And not everybody is fortunate to get into it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I wrote when I first got here to get into it.
why was that?
I just heard about it through everybody and that it was a long program, 8-month program. I believe it took me 8 months to complete.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I heard you say that you're going to go to meetings, get a sponsor. What else have you thought about in terms of your aftercare?
I'm gonna attend church, take care of my mother. My mother's elderly. She means a lot to me in my life. So I've been getting a job and attending CCAR in New Haven.
Okay. What do you know
That's a
about
volunteer.
CCAR?
It's a volunteer-based program where you go in and volunteer with other, like to become a recovery coach. And Gateway offers, I think it's called the DART program at Gateway. They offer a program there to become a recovery coach and help other addicts in my situation.
Yep, that's all very true. That's correct. But
Yeah.
CCAR also, before you put yourself out there to become a recovery coach, seems to me you also have to be, more engaged with your own recovery, committed to your own sobriety.
You do. Yeah,
You do.
that's why in the future.
Yeah, in the future. But
In the
CCAR
future.
also, in terms of somebody that is coming out of incarceration, what do you think CCAR could do for you?
I think they'll provide me with a sponsor and just being around, people in my situation. It helps to talk about things, in the past.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
help. Go
You
ahead.
could get your own recovery coach.
Yes, exactly.
And why is it that you've never gone to meetings in the community like AA or NA or got a sponsor before? Because, you've been on medically assisted treatment for a while.
Nobody's ever offered it. Like, it's never been around me. No one's ever offered it to me. I don't even know where there's a meeting at home. Well, when I was out there in the past, I've never been around anybody that did any of that.
Are there any other programs at York that you think you could benefit from?
I just believe the Maryland Maker program really helped me, actually. That was like the best thing I completed here.
And when did you
So-
finish that?
I believe it was in February.
Okay. Yep. February of this year, yeah.
Yeah.
And have you ever done a parenting class?
I think that when with my 25-year-old, when I got a divorce. Actually, no, they made me take one through New Haven when I applied for. They made me take one recently. I did a parenting class out of New Haven courthouse.
Okay. How long ago do you think that was?
Maybe 3 years ago.
Okay.
Mhm.
So when you talked to me earlier about you were very emotional during this, and sort of how the catalyst for it all. And, you felt like your daughter was distressed and you wanted to calm her, soothe her, I guess, maybe, and be with her. But what do you think when all this is going on between the parents? How do you think that affects the child?
No, it's absolutely horrible. It is absolutely, and I wish he would see that too.
Well, how
I
about
really,
you? Do you see that?
exactly, yeah, of course I do. I don't want that for her at all. My parents didn't fight. Well, when they did, it would really upset me when I was little, even just the smallest thing of them like betting against each other. I think about, so I don't want her to see us fighting or anything like that. She needs a loving parents in her life. And her, she needs both of her parents in her life.
She needs to see that her parents can work together.
Yeah, exactly.
Benefit.
So all of this is really ridiculous when it comes down to it, like fighting with each other. It's I don't know. It's just,
and you're paying, quite a price.
I know.
You're
And she
to be
misses me.
incarcerated for three years.
Yeah. And
That's-
she misses me. She needs her mother. She's 7 years old now. Little girls need their mom. Oh,
And she visits you at the facility? Did I hear you say
No.
that?
I haven't seen her. I have visitation rights, but I can't speak to him. So, and I don't think he could get into the facility. So he can't bring her. He has custody of her. And my mom's older. So,
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
When you've taken the Beyond Violence program, do you talk about the trauma for the child that gets sort of stuck in the middle of these domestic disputes?
Yeah, it is horrible. I never wanted this for her. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't know what I was thinking, fighting with him in front of her. It's absolutely horrible.
And I know I've asked this already. I'm still a little bit unclear on your plan. Is you're going to get an attorney, which, is absolutely the right way. And that could take months, though, to get back into court, to even get some kind of partial visitation. Emotionally, how have you prepared yourself for that?
I believe, I don't know. Well, just being not able to see her for a year and a half, of course, I try not to think about her as much, like, it's sorry to say, but that's just how I emotionally deal with it. So, I believe I have visitation right now, but I don't know if like my parole officer, because she was a victim, will let me have contact with her. But, just being here for a year and a half, actually he didn't let me see her before that. I would see him like at the store or something and she would run up to me and he would grab her and take her away. So I haven't seen her in a while. It's been a while.
So if that happens, right, because parole is going to work with the courts. Parole is, they're whether you get parole today or community release or you're on probation, however that it all shakes out, they're going to work with the courts. And everybody wants what's in best interest of the child.
Exactly.
So you're in a store, you see your daughter.
I'm going to turn around and walk the other way. I'll give her a hug and say hi, but I'm not speaking to him like I used to.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard though. Those emotions run very high.
Yeah, they do. I know.
And it's clear you're bitter still.
Yeah. Well, I love my daughter. That's, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. I love her, but, I don't want to come back here. So that's what it comes down to.
And, we did not talk very much about your operating under the influence. And, you were convicted of it.
I pled guilty. I took it to court for 4 years. DCF found no neglect in 2 weeks. They threw that out and found no neglect. But I took my medication that morning and I was just up sick and tired from taking care of her. I'm 46 years old and I was 41 with a 2-year-old. So, but you know, I was on my medication, but I was also tired.
Okay, and
You know.
you know, I read all of that. That is all in the report.
Is it in the
and
report?
This is your explanation, right? So
Yeah.
what I wanted to say was, you know, what's your takeaway from that? I mean, I know you're prescribed medication, but you know, if you take a cold medicine, you know, sometimes it says on the bottle, don't drive.
Don't drive.
So
Yeah.
what's your take? What is the lesson learned from that incident?
The lesson learned is don't drive. If I feel like I'm too tired to drive or anything, just don't drive, especially with my child in the car. You know, anything could have happened. Thank God it didn't, but
You know, it created
a big, yeah. I know.
created a lot of instability for the child. You know, I
Yeah.
read your brother had to be called, your mom was called.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of fear, a lot of instability. So, you know, I don't dispute that they're prescribed medications for you, but operating a motor vehicle sometimes, you know, may not be the best.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking clearly. We were up with COVID all night long. Like it was our first time getting COVID, and I just wanted to go get gas to go take her to my mom's the next day. And I wanted to put her to sleep so I could get some rest. I was like, come on, let's go to the gas station. We'll take a little ride in the car. And I was like, that'll get her to nap. And it did, but then it also got me to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
You know, your whole situation seems to be, you know, just a series of maybe poor decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Bad
Yeah,
decision,
you're right.
poor judgment.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Master. I'll see if my
Thank you.
colleagues have any questions. Ms. Keys?
Thank you. I do have some. So with regard to the, the falling asleep at the wheel, we've heard different explanations. In the police report, you said you were remodeling your house and was just tired from working. In the notes from your interview with Officer Boyce, you said you were up all night with a sick daughter, so that's the COVID.
Mm-hmm. She was sick. It was all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were also remodeling the house. Okay.
Yes.
But you were also, I mean, when they woke you up, or when you woke up, I mean, you were so out of it. I mean, you couldn't, you were slurred speech. You could not stand upright. You kept having to lean on things for support. When they asked you questions, it took a long time for you to have to kind of process it. I mean,
yeah.
And then, so that just doesn't sound really like just, tired. Trust me, I understand all of the other lifestyle things that make us extraordinarily exhausted and
yeah, I don't know what it was that day because I've been driving. Honestly, I've been on my medication for years and I've had my license since I was 16 years old with no DUIs. So, and I've been on medication since I was 18. So, and the combination of them for about 15 years. So I've had a license in good standing the entire time.
Well, so you had the one we were asking about from December 2021, but then in May 25, you were convicted of a second DUI. Looks like there's 2 DUIs.
I've never been convicted of 2 DUIs.
I can double check, but it looks like the operating under the influence of a small child was in 2021, but then a DUI in 2025. The conviction date was May.
That's the conviction. That's when I finally pled out to that.
For that same instance?
That's
not a separate occasion?
That's the same one.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you had mentioned also just briefly, I just want to mention, you had talked about too, like looking for a parking space you could park because she had finally fallen asleep and you want to bring her in the store. I just want just to make sure you know that leaving her in the car if you go in the store.
No, but I was going to just lock the door and open the door to the store because the cash register was right there and just throw the money on the counter. That's normally what I do.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
$10 and pump 4 out the door.
Okay. Okay. And at that time, you had, so your ex had full custody, and you had supervised visits at a family center, right?
No, I had custody of her at that time.
But there was a protective order that also
He
extended
probably
to her.
had, I think I had one against him at that time.
We don't have record of that. Okay, well, I have that, he had full custody and a protective order that also extended to the child.
Not,
And that
not
you
when
had
I got-
supervised visits.
when I got pulled over with her?
No, for the violation of the protective order, that you had supervised visits at a family center and that he had
Yes.
custody? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yes. I thought you were
Okay.
talking about the instance in the car.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't clearly differentiate that. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. Okay, so that was true. So, okay, so at the time of the violation of protective order, you had supervised visits at the family center.
Right, but I wasn't seeing her at the time because because there was no DCF involvement, like he wouldn't agree to my mother. He was just being very hard, like he wouldn't agree to my mother being a supervised person. He wanted his family to do it. His family doesn't speak English. I didn't want to go over there. Like it was just, there was no center involved because DCF was not involved, so they wouldn't pay for that. So I wasn't seeing her at all.
So maybe it was supposed to be a family center, but no one was
I don't
paying
know
for
why
it.
I don't know why it says that. I was trying to go to this one in Bridgeport that my insurance would cover, but then I found this place that came up. It was hard to find this place that actually came to the house. And then I wound up doing that and it got all messed up, you know?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, nobody was helping me. Like, we would go to court and he would say, oh no, your mom's not gonna supervise it. Your brother's not gonna supervise it. I want my family. Like, it was just ridiculous. And there was nobody, DCF was not involved, so nobody was doing it at a center, you know, or anywhere where I could see her. I had to find somebody to come to the house. It was called, I think that's who I plan on using when I get home. I forget the name of them. It's in my phone.
Okay. And then were you supposed to communicate through an app with your ex regarding the child? So when you wanted to,
Yeah.
ask
Yeah.
about her, you're supposed to
I
use an
forget,
app.
I think it was, I don't remember the name of that app either.
Close?
App Close, that was it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But then the texts and stuff that were coming, like, because some of them were like late at night, like after 11 at night and stuff, and wanting to
Well,
talk to
he
your
would
daughter.
call-
So-
Yeah, he would call me in the middle of the night with her sometimes if she woke up crying for me, so, and she was up late sometimes because of his work schedule, so it's just, that's how it was,
And then I think I just had one, so the night you went over, or the morning you went over, she was about 5 at the time. It sounds like you were up all night, you were out all night until about 3 in. And then at 7, said, I'm going to get my baby, and left, and we're wearing all black and had the knife.
It was just, drugs made me a person I'm not, I'm not, you know what I
Okay.
mean? Like a
Yep,
person
yep.
I was not raised to be, that's not who I am at all.
Okay. And you've considered how your daughter experiencing that? Have you considered
of
how that would
course.
impact her? Okay,
Of course.
okay.
I didn't even see her when I went there.
But you went there with a knife.
I went there to threaten him, yeah, because he wasn't letting me see her. And, like I said, drugs made me a person I'm not.
But that would be terrifying for her, right? I'm sure she loves both of you. I would
Of
guess. I
course
don't mean to
she
speak
does.
for her, but I would assume she loves both of you. But he's
Yeah.
been her stability for the past several years. He's been a stable
Mhm.
person. So she would certainly love him, and she wouldn't want anybody that she loves. I'm assuming, and I shouldn't speak for her, and I apologize for that. But I just want to consider the impact on how she would have experienced that moment.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that you're planning on utilizing those official networks moving forward, so that hopefully you and your daughter can have a stable, loving, safe home, and stable, loving, happy parents, and but everything will go less conflict. And so I appreciate your You sounds
That's
like you
all I
can,
want. Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
all I want.
She'll really need that with what she's gone through.
Mhm.
Some stability and not witnessing more conflict and stuff. So she's free to live you both, whatever she
Yeah.
wants to do. Okay.
Thank you.
I think. So for your release plan, you have, your mom did confirm. Okay, and you do have a therapist and a psychiatrist to assist with medications. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate you answering my questions. I know that was difficult. I appreciate you
Thank
getting through
you.
that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Paul, okay. We're all done with our questions for now. We will now hear from the Office of Victim Services. Ms.
Okay.
Masick, please don't interrupt, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
And Ms. Vasquez.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I had the opportunity to speak with the victim of this case, and he has asked me to read this statement on his behalf. Good morning, board members. Protective and restraining orders were in place for so long, and even that wasn't enough to stop Susan's behavior. The fact that she is now applying for parole tells me that she has been able to control her emotions and anger while incarcerated. What is difficult for me to understand is that when she was out in the community with every opportunity, support, and clear boundaries in place, she did not show the same level of control. She managed to get sentenced for harassment only, but that's not all that she did. It was physical, emotional, and financial harm she made sure she put on my shoulders. The last time Susan got close to us, it was when early in the morning she entered my house, armed with a kitchen knife, and was pushing the door where I was getting the baby ready for the day. My biggest concern continues to be the safety and emotional well-being of our daughter. I think it is fair to ask, has Susan made any real effort to reduce her dependency on medications like Xanax and Suboxone, especially after being on them for decades? It deeply concerned me when I saw her take large amounts of Xanax at once and then attempt to drive with our baby daughter in the back seat. When I intervened, she would turn things around onto me. I need to know if she's addressed those patterns. Has Susan made any attempt to read a single book to develop parenting skills or anger management? Only by being in my shoes will you be able to really understand the extent of damage and recklessness she has caused in our lives. I am asking the parole board that Susan completes her sentence so I can build stability for our daughter and myself. It's easy to break people's lives, but it takes time to rebuild them back again. This isn't out of resentment. It's about ensuring genuine change and growth, not just within prison, but for her own life. Another concern is that until Susan can honestly recognize and address the struggles and addictions that she has affected her life, I fear the same painful patterns may continue. Our daughter enjoys many things in life, but I've been able to see what she truly wishes for deep inside is a healthy mom, and it breaks my heart. Her wish still hasn't come true, and it probably never will. Thank you, board members. This is all that I have from the victim.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez, and thanks you to the victim for providing the statement for today's hearing. We appreciate it. We know it's hard to go back and relive everything that goes on, but it is helpful. All right, Ms. Masick, we are all done with that portion of the hearing. We'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Mastay, she's here today for violation of probation with underlying offenses of violation of protective order. She has 2 new convictions for violation of protective order that involve text messaging, threats, harassment of the victim. They do share a child, and that is the crux for all of the, I guess the harassing and the texting. It's all seems to surround the custody of the child. And then she has the operating under the influence, which involved her taking medications and then driving and the medications caused her to be impaired at the time. She does have a criminal history that includes some breach of peace, reckless driving, reckless endangerment, larcenies, burglaries. She's been on probation in the past, which I brought up during the hearing. She has had struggles with probation or community supervision a number of times. And then, like we said today, she's here for a violation of probation. To her credit, she has no disciplinary reports in the time that she's been incarcerated. She's had good conduct throughout this hearing. She's completed a number of programs on her OAP to include New Thoughts, which she has mentioned a few times, developing coping skills, ways to manage her emotions. I felt like it took a little bit to pull the information out. I do think that I was able to glean offender change, what she learned, a recognition and a responsibility for her behaviors. And most importantly, how it affects the child in all of this. In terms of her substance abuse, she did complete the Tier 4 program. She completed that most recently in February. And she also completed the domestic violence program in November 2025. She continues to manage her substance abuse through medically assisted treatment, which she seems to plan to continue to do that in the community with a relapse plan that includes support in the community through therapy, treatment with her psychiatrist, supportive groups through NA. She mentioned CCAR. Her mother has agreed to be her sponsor for a place to live when she gets out. There are protective orders in place. I feel like we drilled down on those pretty emphatically about what that involves. So based on my review of the file, the program's completed. She does score at a moderate range for risk to recidivate, has support in the community, programs set up to support. I would be in favor of granting her discretionary parole. I do think that a number of the programs that she has completed do address some of the concerns that the victim noted in his statement. So I am in favor of granting discretionary parole today. Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a difficult one. As Ms. Meste, as you had mentioned, completed the programming and everything and has not earned any DRs. However, I remain concerned with evidence change. It seems there's this, and I understand as, a parent, the hyper-focusing on your child, of course, parents, that's what we do. They're our children. So I absolutely understand that. That would certainly be my focus as well. But considering the nature of the offenses and then hearing her discussions today and explanations today, I'm concerned that there's that there hasn't been much of a change in that focus and boundaries and recognizing that the role and the position the victim has been put in. And there seems to be still significant blaming of the victim disproportionately to recognizing the harm she caused and how that would impact the child. So I would be a no today for evidence change and poor performance, also because of the, the 11 times on supervision with 6 failures, which I know is kind of almost 50-50. But I'm just concerned with violations of protective orders and being on community supervision and still engaging in behavior. I'm really happy she completed Tier 4. It's wonderful. I'm really happy she completed New Thoughts. Those are excellent and directly related. But I'm really comfortable with how I heard it today. Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Pohl?
So I agree with what you laid out in the beginning, Madam Chair. I think supervision would help prior to release to probation.
Yeah, I think the level of parole supervision does assist in terms of managing what will be a challenge for Ms. Meste going forward when she first comes out to the community. And then we'll put some conditions in place. Okay. So for conditions, I have halfway house, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and no contact without the parole officer's permission with victim AO and EO. Is that right? Okay, and all those,
Sorry, just the halfway house.
got it. Oh, it's not needed. Thank you. So we'll remove the halfway house because we did confirm the sponsor. So mental health evaluation and treatment, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with victims AO and EO without the parole officer's permission.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. And that's for evidence of offender change.
Evidence with an influence.
Okay. All right, Ms. Massa, you were voted to parole today by majority decision. You know, the main focus for us are that you obey by those protective orders and participate in the treatment that you've outlined.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
So,
Is the hearing for Susan Mastin in 381-552.
She wants to know, who you want next.
To come in.
Whoever's next is fine.
Whoever's next is fine.
yeah.
All right, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Friday, May 15th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by statement your names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Mike Cole.
Morning, Aileen Keys.
Also present is also attending is the board psychologist. Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Alex Combs, 429-693.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in parole consideration for Alex Combs, 429-693, and just for the record, also known as Alexis Combs. He is serving a sentence of 3 years for possession of a controlled substance, first offense, illegal operation of a motor vehicle under suspension, evading responsibility, and violation of probation with sexual assault 2 and risk of injury as the underlying offense. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of November 11, 2025. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed. It shows that the offender has completed the WARNA and Tier 2 and is also currently in the DEFY program, Second Chance Call program, and the Short Track Problem Sexual Offender program. Utilizing the Women's Rights Needs Assessment WARNA, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the median range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Alexander Combs, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be seen and heard today. I'm also excited to share all the ways that I've grown and have flourished given my circumstances. To begin, I'd like to take responsibility for my wrongdoings, as well as the impact I've made on my victim, my family, as well as the community.
Mr.
my
Combs,
initial-
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Combs, can I ask you to just speak a little slower?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we know that, sometimes you're nervous, everybody speeds up their speech, but we want to be able to take a few notes and we want to be able to hear all that you have to say.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
From my initial charge, where I engaged in a relationship with my victim, I understand that even if I believed there were no wrongdoings in my actions, there were. And now, after years of trying to justify my actions, I've come to understand that there are laws in place that are meant to keep everyone safe, and I broke those laws. My initial charge is the result of two failures on my part. First is my own irresponsibility in not being aware of the fact that the Romeo and Juliet law does not exist in the state of Connecticut. And second, I blame my codependency issues. Being practically on my own since the age of 17, where I aged out of the family court system, I found myself completely and utterly alone. I found myself craving any and all feelings of affection from whoever I could, and that craving is what led me to break the law and engage in an inappropriate relationship. And as much as I'd like to divert responsibility to anyone other than myself, I cannot, because I am to blame, and it's my actions that led to my incarceration. For my initial charge, I am utterly sorry, and I understand that there are consequences for my actions, and even if I don't necessarily agree with the consequences, I must live with the choices I've made. After being initially incarcerated, I've been reincarcerated multiple times due to violations of probation, and the only person I have to blame for that is myself. After a while, I told myself no more blaming probation standards or my stipulations or anyone other than myself. And to this very day, I still tell myself that. Ever since I started telling myself to take accountability, I've been able to really see changes within myself. Long story short, the truth is, I didn't follow the rules provided to me by probation because I was not ready to take responsibility and accountability for the crimes that I committed. And because of that, I've landed myself right back in prison. But I now fully understand what I did wrong and why it was wrong, and I sincerely apologize for my actions and which led me to be reincarcerated. Since my current sentence of incarceration, which started on June 13th of 2024, I've held myself fully accountable for my actions. To further support the personal growth that I've made, I've worked out a deal with the court to give me 3 years flat time with the termination of my 9 years of probation. The old version of myself would have taken my very first offer, which was 2 years and the continuance of probation, just so I could return to the streets. At this point, in this very moment, I would have been outside, probably at risk of coming back in. But in the process, I am so proud of following through with the decision that I've made for the initial 3 years. During my first 2 years, I've completed all necessary requirements, programs, and groups listed on my OAP, plus involved myself in a variety of extracurricular activities and programs. Some programs I've completed were Tier 2 with Counselor Mercier, as well as the PSB group with social workers Tara and Linda. In addition, I'm enrolled in Wesleyan University, where I'm actively working towards obtaining my associate's degree in general studies and just successfully completed my first semester as of today. I'm also actively participating in the Judy Dorman's Performance Project, which is spoken word and poetry, as well as active dancing that we actually engage in front of the Commissioner of Connecticut. And I'm the first transgender member as well, I'm proud to say. As well as being in Defy Ventures, which is an entrepreneurship program, I am also the first person who's still enrolled and not completed to become a mentor due to my intelligence and as well as my availability to help other students in a variety of ways. I've also maintained a full-time job, first as a tier worker and now as a Zero North Common Air worker for 15 months. In regards to how I've spent my time here, I've finally taken advantage of the opportunities provided to me while incarcerated, and I've been doing everything I can to utilize the programs and activities offered to ensure I become the best version of myself. If I were to be granted parole, and even if not, I still plan on taking every skill I've learned and applying it to my everyday life. I plan on using all the varieties of coping skills I've obtained throughout every group I've attended as well. From utilizing my artistic talents as a way to relax and distract myself from my stressors, to something as simplistic as deep breathing. I've even taught myself that it's just as easy to walk away from frustrating, dangerous, and irritating situations as it is to entertain the nonsense. Except now, my choice is to always walk away. I have now been ticket free for over a year, and I've been even involved in fit rec for the first time ever. This is the first time that I've ever been level 2 as well, which I'm proud to say that I'm earning 4 good days a month. This bid has also been the first bid that I've ever had anyone on my visiting list. My parents are so proud of my progress, they've even video visited me multiple times during my time here, just to remind me. I've never realized how amazing it feels to have a support system that constantly reassures me and reminds me of how far I've come. I'd now like to acknowledge my support systems. If granted parole, I'd like to reassure the board that for the first time ever, I will not be alone. For the first time, I have the complete and utter support of my friends and family, who are nothing but good influences to me. My friend who is rooting for my success has offered me not only a safe place to rest my head, but a job as well. Once released, I've already secured employment with Edson Manufacturing in Woolcott, Connecticut as an assembler, while I'll be earning a starting pay of $19 an hour with the possibility of raised pay rates. I'll be living with my friend, who is more like a big sister than a friend, and she's nothing but supportive and only wants the best for me. I trust her with my life, and I know if I have the ability to succeed, she'll be the one right on my butt pushing me towards success. I will be also enrolling in Connecticut State College once released due to my active and approved Pell Grant. And I plan on taking some remote classes until I'm able to find time within my work schedule. My parents have also offered to me to buy a phone, so I will be able to keep in consistent contact with my designated parole officer, friends, and family, and update them on progress or any changes. My parents have also offered to purchase a Visa gift card for me so they can monitor the money that I'm spending to purchase enough clothes to get me situated before receiving my first paycheck. Before becoming incarcerated, I was involved with ASTER program, which is a therapeutic service in New York. And I've personally spoken to them about meeting with a therapist and a psychiatrist twice a month remotely, so I can continue to responsibly manage my medications as well as my mental health. For the first time, I can say that I've taken all the necessary steps to ensure my success in the community once released, and I plan on following through with all of them to ensure I maintain my freedom by living as a responsible, law-abiding citizen of society. In conclusion, I have no room to go backwards, nor do I have the mental, emotional, or physical capacity to break my family and my friends' heart anymore by being a disappointment. I cannot continue to add to the hurt by making the same mistakes over again. It's time to prove that I've changed, and by responsibly arranging all the proper steps, I will continue to take huge strides towards becoming the best version of myself. If given the opportunity, I'd like to prove that to the board as well. I am not who I was at the beginning of my sentence, and I'm proud of myself for taking full accountability and responsibility for all my past criminal infractions. It has allowed me to become who I am today. Honestly, I would not change anything I've done or been through because it's helped me understand that the laws are necessary and they are meant to be respected and followed. And most importantly, things happen for a reason. Please allow me to set an example by proving that I can lower the recidivism rate by becoming a successful returning citizen to the community. I'd like to thank you for your time and your consideration, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to share how far I've come and who I've become.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. That was very, very thorough, very thoughtful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was just well done. Thank you. We're going to ask you a few questions. When we're all done with the questions this morning, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Of course.
Panel member Keys is going to begin with the questions today.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And as my colleague said, thank you for that introduction. I was trying, and I appreciate that she asked you to slow down because I really wanted to write down some of what you were saying. And, yeah, and everybody, I did the same thing when I'm nervous too. So we completely get it. And you don't know you're talking fast until someone interjects and says, hold on. Let's see. Okay. So we're okay. So with the underlying offense, which you had referenced and you had said, although you originally didn't agree because you didn't think you were doing anything wrong, and you didn't think that we had the Romeo and Juliet laws. We apparently do have Romeo and Juliet laws, or we do have Romeo and Juliet laws, but it didn't necessarily apply. It would apply here if there's at least a 3-year age difference and the victim is under 13. And so I think it just didn't fall within this one. But so knowing that the victim was 14 at the time, and with the behavior that you guys were engaging in, can you consider why there would be laws in place that would want to protect somebody who's 14 years old from doing some of what you guys were doing?
Absolutely. Due to, just personal experience, I understand that someone at 14 may seem mature, but they don't have the mental maturity to make the decisions in which we think that they can. And I've taken all the necessary steps to understand that. Being the oldest sibling, out of 5 kids, I have 4 younger siblings. So when I look at them, I understand every reason to why what I did was wrong. Even though I can say that, in the charges it stated that it was consensual, I should have known that she didn't have the right to consent. And as the adult, I should have taken the precautionary steps to ensure that I did not danger her in any way.
Okay. And then seeing some of the social media,
Yeah.
she certainly wouldn't have, can't consider at that age the potential impact of showing on social media, putting out there some of the things you guys were doing. And that could have, I believe somebody screenshotted or recorded a video, and that would be out there forever. And certainly at 14, she would not have the capacity to make that decision and understand the potential full consequences. So I'm happy to hear you explain that. While you were on probation last time, you did abscond and you had stopped attending sexual offender treatment and stopped registering as a sex offender. Can you talk a little bit about how you would approach community supervision now?
If you put me on an ankle bracelet, I would abide by it. I just believe, like I admitted to you guys, I wasn't ready to take responsibility for my actions. I can honestly say that my stupidity allowed me to believe that living the high life, in quotes, would have been more entertaining than being able to live as a normal citizen. So I used my excuse of not being able to live as a younger adult, going to the club or going on vacations or doing things that you would say are the reasonable mistakes. Adult would be like, oh, do you remember this time? But if I were to do it now, I won't have any room to make those mistakes. I can't. Being that I've already arranged full-time employment, the only time that I'm gonna have off is sleeping. And so I even spoke to my parents, I've spoken to my friend, and if one of the stipulations was being put on an ankle bracelet, I hope that you tighten it to the point where my foot goes purple. That was my initial reaction. So I have absolutely no room to go backwards. I would do anything I can just to ensure the safety of not only just myself, but those around me and the community, as well as my family. I need to be there for them as much as I want them to be there for me.
Yeah, and certainly, at a certain point we do mature in age. You were 24 at the time and 26 now. But you still, in terms of working and just sleeping, you will and should have a social life. And so, but hopefully now you recognize the boundaries of, you have to have a social life, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you need personal relationships as well, but hopefully you've just gained a better understanding as to the healthy relationships. Actually, why don't you tell us about healthy relationships that you've learned from, because you did just complete problem sexual behavior short track in the facility. You just completed that. So why don't you tell us what you learned in that about healthy relationships and any other insight related to the issue?
Well, the first thing is consent is always the first thing. Someone can say yes, but their body and their emotional and facial something you should take into accountability. Before I came in here, I was in a relationship and I thought it was the best thing in the world for me. She was from Vegas and I was from Connecticut, and it was like an exotic food dish that I had never understood. It was like Wagyu beef at the Korean barbecue. That's how my mom explained it to me. And I struggled with codependency even prior to me getting incarcerated this bid. And a healthy relationship should be with yourself before you rely on anybody else. And at this point, I just believe that if I were to even engage in a relationship, it would have to be with myself before anyone, because finding myself in this moment, I've now been single, only relying on myself for 2 years. It's empowering to understand that you don't have to rely on the affection and affirmation or just the emotional affirmation of somebody else. I make myself feel good, but I should also be able to make other people feel good in a comfortable fashion. And that's all about what healthy relationships are. Being comfortable, being honest, not crossing boundaries, and being open to the criticism that you might be doing something wrong and changing those actions instead of being verbally or physically combative.
All right, thank you. Sounds like your parents, I mean, they really are supportive.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, and co-parenting, regardless of the adult situation, is difficult. But they are a team, it sounds like, and that's really great.
I'm adopted, so they adopted me at 7 months from Cambodia and then split when I was 2. So being bounced back and forth, I believe that's one of my reasons of codependency, because I always wanted both of them, but I could have one. But over the years, I've been able to take accountability for the fact that I always thought something was missing, and I pushed them away for years. But now that I'm able to understand that everything that they have done was for the betterment of myself, I understand why I've come so far, because now, like I said, they video visit me, and seeing my mom's face for the first time in 2+ years, I couldn't help but, like, I try not to cry, but like as soon as somebody asks you, are you okay, you cry. So
Oh, yeah.
I didn't cry in front of her. It was a little embarrassing, but when I went back, I was like, I saw my mom. So it feels really good to have them, like, each hand on my shoulder in spirit at all times.
Yeah, we did read about your background and everything, and yeah, it sounds like they've worked hard for you as best they can. We're all flawed people, but it sounds like they've done as best they could. I saw that you do want to continue therapy or engage with counseling in the community. You had mentioned online therapy. Have you engaged in online counseling before, or why did you choose that? You have?
I have. So just from previous experiences, I have really bad social anxiety. Just like in the mental health, like, scenario. So like being a child and being hospitalized so many times, coming back into school or being in like inpatient, like I went to BOCES Beta, which they had a inpatient, like partial hospitalization program. It kind of made me self-conscious and embarrassed just to walk in front of those people. So just to start the comfortability aspect of it, remote, I've done it before. And since it's with someone who has dealt with me in the past, I reached out to ask her because they will be able to be like, so when you were 13, 14, 15, this is how you were. You're now 26. I see how you've changed. But I also still see a little bit of boing, like, all of this. And that's what I need. I need somebody who's going to lay it out to me flat and be very blunt. So I think the remote is great also because I can put the AirPods in, 20, 30 minutes at break at work. Hi, I'm doing great. I don't think my medication is working. I might need to dose it. I can't sleep. I'm finding myself completely fatigued in the morning for work. So it's like easier to get in contact with them, but under the circumstance that they were like, hey, we can't meet with you today, I would automatically go to an in-person provider to make sure that all my needs are met, because I wouldn't hate to see myself, fall off that path because I didn't have that one specific person. I need to be open to a variety of help.
That's good to hear. And so have you reached out where you can return to the one that you had previously seen before? They are available?
So they're in New York, but they have some sister offices that they have known, and I'm completely aware of how a consent form works, where I can send them release of information and they can communicate back and forth to hopefully communicate with me properly.
Okay. Excuse me. I just want to look real quick at my notes. So the friend you want to sponsor to, and who also is the one that she's the hiring manager at the company, I did not see a letter. I know the officer, unless my colleague saw it and missed it, but I did not see when I looked at the file, the offer, a specific offer. But But we did hear from you that you have this offer of employment and that you have a confirmed sponsor, and the sponsor has been confirmed. How long
Yes.
have you known her? Sorry.
Since 2018. So the truth of our meeting was she wasn't here at one point and she got out and she has been nothing but successful. Successfully did parole, successfully did probation, and knowing someone who's been through the motions that I have been going through. So one of my issues with going into just therapy as a child was, why would I pay somebody who doesn't know me to listen to my problems when I have parents to do that? With Sammy, she understands everything I've gone through from an actual compassionate and sympathetic aspect. And that's what I need. I need someone who, like, even when I was outside, we weren't talking at that point because of course I had absconded and I didn't want to involve her. But as soon as she realized I came back, she ripped me a new one. So that's what I need, is someone who's going to stay on me, but also be a great, just a role model. You know what I mean? Like, she just, of everything that she's been through, I aspire to be as successful as she has been in the years that she has been out.
All right. And you did complete tier 2. Can you tell us about that programming?
So it was addiction service referral. I did come in with a very large amount of marijuana in my system, so I qualified for the program. That program itself actually involved the top program, which was the timeout program for parolees and probationary people who needed that. So it was more of a broad curriculum, where it usually is based on drug and opioid addictions, as well as other, harder drug addictions. She opened it to a curriculum of domestic abuse and codependency, and it was more interactive and informative than I could have ever imagined. And at first I was like kind of pooped that I had to do a certain, because I was like, oh, I mean, I know I smoke marijuana, but like, do I need to be in a group with someone who does all of these drugs? And then I realized that I don't think any other counselor would have merged so many different topics into one thing. So I learned about my faults. I learned more about my codependencies. I also learned that we raise puppies here, and she allowed her to bring the social dog. So I'm rolling around the floor with the dogs, which is a perfect way to open me up in a vulnerable situation. And I think that has been the most beneficial program that I have ever taken, not just the curriculum bit, but Counselor Mercier's patience for us is impeccable. She dealt with 5 to 6 of the South Dorm attendees, so they're 18 through 24. So she had the patience for like the more immature. And in my moments, I'm immature too, especially when there's like, "Are you paying attention?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm petting the dog." But she always had a reason for me to stay attentive. And I finished all my homework with flying colors. I actually was in that group for my birthday, and she didn't make it seem like a birthday in prison. She just made it seem like another year that I was meant to live my life as the best version of myself. And I couldn't thank her or her curriculum any more than I could say in words.
Thank you. Well, I think that's all I have for questions. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Mr. Pohl?
I have no.
Yeah, I don't have any follow-up questions either. I think Mr. Combs, you did a really good job, thoughtful responses to all my colleagues' questions. So we'll talk about your case now and give you our decision in just a few minutes. All right, Ms. Keys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say, I came in really concerned. I was very happy that Mr. Combs had completed problem sexual behavior in tier 2, but I remained concerned. But I really appreciate the interview we just had and the lessons he expressed and his understanding of some of his core challenges and how they played into his behavior in the community. I think that will be really helpful for him moving forward. I really like hearing about his, the plans for release between the support of his parents and his friend. So I am actually in favor today of a grant.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Paul? Yeah, I agree as well. It appears that Mr. Combs has addressed many of the risk factors identified. He does score as moderate for risk to recidivate and low, according to the clinical assessment on a sexual assault conviction. Behaviors, he has the 2 disciplinary reports that go, one is the last over a year ago. So he is required to be on the registry for a lifetime. And I appreciate that he has his mental health set up with a provider that's familiar with him. So I also am in favor of granting his discretionary parole today. And what did you have for conditions?
I had a lot, so we can certainly discuss them because they are options, but I had a behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior, no contact with the victim, definitional, KA, excuse me for the pause. Halfway house placement necessary, but I can take that off because he has a confirmed sponsor. Excuse me. I had mental health and evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, but I am now in favor of not including that as an actual condition. It sounds like he wants to engage in that on his own. I don't know if it has to be a condition.
I would still
Or-
include it in the
Okay.
conditions.
This is great.
He is a
Okay.
mental health grade.
Yeah. Okay.
Should he struggle to get into some of his own treatment, there's always a nice backup, and allow him to utilize his own services.
And I did have no driving without parole officer's permission, no contact with minors without parole officer permission, and enhanced internet and device monitoring.
Okay. Mr. Paul, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. Are we concerned about a pornography restriction in the sense that seems that was part of the original offense
Is that when they were developing it?
when they were making their own?
I did not have that. I did consider it since it wasn't used to entice, and at least as far as we know, it was not used to entice into the acts, but
What do you think?
I'm open.
I just thrown it out there.
So,
I mean, it was with the victim with the incident offense. You're right. It wasn't used to
right,
kind of lure the victim or
Right.
engage the victim at all.
because, but that's so the 2 remaining, I mean, if we're looking at,
6 months.
I mean,
Okay, yes, okay. Well, we can include it if they want to remove it. You can have that as well. I mean, it is part of what the victim and Mr. Combs were involved in.
however, it was the 4th condition was also piece of that, right?
The no computer access.
I mean, it's a restriction on, so it would be monitoring.
Monitoring.
Because that's how it was transmitted, right? That was the allegation.
Yeah, I don't think it was an allegation. I think it was part of the offense.
Right.
Yeah, I had originally thought enhanced internet and device monitoring would capture if there's pornography generation or, creation, but
We do
I
have.
think
If
it's
it's
put
part
on
of the
and,
offense, I think.
okay.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's,
So yes,
so it's like if it were one, it's the other, right?
I mean, not always,
Mm.
but because we do use the internet, restriction on the internet, if,
They met through Instagram. so
right,
if he's on
which, well,
social
this
media.
case is, it's Snapchat, but then they were posting pornography.
Right.
Okay, so in the matter of, and we're going to use your first name as Alexis, because that's what we have in the system. Alexis Combs, that's how 429693, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, May 15th, 2026, with the following stipulations. Mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. No operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior. No contact with minors without the parole officer's permission. No computer access or
Enhanced internet device.
enhanced internet device monitoring, and there's a pornography restriction. No contact with victim KA. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
did I correctly phrase the pornography piece? I don't have
Restriction on pornography.
restriction on pornography. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Poole. All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Combs, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Keep that statement with you. I think it'll help provide a nice framework for going forward.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
You too.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Alex, AKA Alexis Combs, at A number 2969. Good afternoon. Nope, sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
My name is Parole Officer Boyster. Today is Friday, May 15th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Eileen Keys.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Good morning. I'm Melanie Sanchez, 435-385.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Melanie Sanchez, inmate number 435-385. She is serving a sentence of 15 years, suspended after 5 years and 10 days, followed by 5 years probation for robbery first, assault first, conveying an unauthorized item into an institution, risk of injury, conspiracy to larceny third, and criminal trespass first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of May 26, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed good intentions, bad choices, circle of security, voices, parenting, tier 2, anger management, and is currently participating in the 5. Utilizing the women's risk needs assessment word of the offender has been assessed overall medium risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. First, I just would like to thank everybody for allowing me to be here today. I'm here, to not make excuses for my actions, but to take full responsibility, and speak honestly about the harm that I've caused. My offense had a life-changing impact on an innocent man. Mr. Sanchez and his family. I recognize that my actions have caused them deep financial, physical, emotional, and mental pain. Since that day, I have reflected constantly on the damage I have created. There is not a day that goes by that I don't think about the moment and the consequences that has had on all their lives. The instability, violence, and exposure to criminal activity was not a temporary hardship for me. It was the environment I was raised in and the example I seen daily. Despite everything I've been through, I refuse to allow that to be the narrative I live by. I would do all there is to become the resilient woman I know I can be, and the strong, confident mother I need to be for my son, a collaborative member to my society. As crazy as it sounds, New York was a blessing in disguise. I've learned, grown, and taken so much from this unfortunate experience. I've experienced an experience that I never want to go through again, but one that I will never forget. It truly has changed me. During my 4 years incarcerated, I have had many hiccups. Every day I face the difficulties that come with the horrible mistakes that I've made. I've participated in over 20 groups, which has given me like self-help. It's helped me with boundaries, learning positive coping skills, learning how to, be a mother in a better way, ways that, I wasn't taught from my parents. I was also enrolled in 5 educational courses. I've had 4 different jobs that has given me the work at the opportunity, opportunity to build my work ethic, my confidence, and my self-esteem. I feel that the groups that have made a huge impact on me were voices and anger management. Anger management has helped me in many different ways and helping me understand that anger is a secondary emotion that stems from feelings of embarrassment, betrayal, and disrespect, belittlement, and sadness. Voices has broadened my outlook on remorse. Remorse isn't me feeling bad about what I've done or accepting responsibility. Remorse is bigger. It's me acknowledging that I've done something irrevocably wrong that I can never take back, followed by an overwhelming feeling that I need to dedicate my life to making up for the sins I've committed, the people I hurt, and understanding that my actions not only affected me, but affected my victim and his entire family. To obtain a successful release, I plan to change all people, places, and things around me. Get accustomed to public transportation, be a proactive member to my society, and slowly ease back into my child's day-to-day life, knowing that things will come with this process. I will immediately start looking back into work in the PCA field, pursue the steps to obtain my CNA license, and possibly further my education in the medical field. In addition, I will also seek basic counseling as well as trauma therapy. I'm aware that, things that I've been through, I feel like I need to handle that. If I don't get that, I would never be able to be successful if I don't handle all the things that have been hindering me. And I know that that's going to be hard, but I know that I can do it. Although I have done a lot of work on myself during my time in custody, I'm aware I have many, many more things to do. I will no longer obscure my past mistakes or trauma. I will focus solely on my insecurities, my resentment, my abandonment issues, my guilt, my shame, my mistakes, and my losses. I will be more kind to myself, empathetic to others, and understanding and open-minded to my family, which as well will make me stronger for my son. I will comply with any and every group that is mandated to me, along with resources that are presented to me. I'm open to any and everything. I know there will be moments that my transition may feel impossible, and to ensure that I don't get discouraged, I will lean on my support system, those of which who have never turned their backs even when I have given them many reasons to do so. I understand that I'm asking you all to put your trust into someone who has been labeled as a criminal. I know that trust must be earned. And I'm hoping that from the work that I have put in while incarcerated will be the first step to earning that trust from all you guys. My follow-through will be to continue to put in the work when I am released as well. To Mr. Sanchez and your entire family, while I cannot undo the past, I'm committed to my growth and rehabilitation. I work every day towards becoming a better person, learning from my mistakes and ensuring that I never cause harm like this again. I carry a great deal of remorse for what I've done to you and your entire family. If I could go back and change how I handled the situation, I would do so without hesitation. My actions were reckless and inexcusable. I take full accountability for them. I hope that one day you are truly able to walk around your establishment without fear or worry. I pray that you heal in the way that you need. I strive to find the path towards forgiving myself while understanding that forgiveness from those I hurt may take time or may never come. I just ask that you accept to be free of my actions. Again, I sincerely apologize and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. I appreciated that opening statement. I felt like you really spoke from your heart and talked a lot about what was significant about your time in the facility. So we'll begin by asking you some questions, and then we will deliberate after all the questions and give you our decision.
Okay.
Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Ms. Sanchez.
Good morning to you too as well.
So there's a few things here that just to go down the offenses, take a look at. I appreciated your apology, to the victim in this case, and, one of the things that happened in that first piece was, you went in and stole, alcohol.
Correct.
But one of the things that, I was looking for really, that I didn't hear was any kind of plan, for recovery.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
I heard that, I heard counseling and stuff like that. And I know that in your interview with, the parole officer, you talked about an IOP,
Yes.
but you didn't talk about ongoing, an ongoing recovery plan. Can you address that a little bit?
Yes, I mean, I'm in the class right now and they have like a few resources. I know there's like a MCCA somewhere in Bridgeport, Connecticut, but I'm not sure like as far as the intake process and things like that. I was kind of under the impression that like when I go to parole or something and like I see my parole officer, that I will be able to talk to them more about that and find out
Right.
where I can get into those resources, because it has been quite some time, 4 years and over 4 years, and I don't really know where the resources are. But I was just hoping that when I go home that I will speak to someone about that and they will like guide me in the right direction as far as that.
Sure. And that's dealing with an IOP and some kind of treatment, but I was talking about some kind of ongoing support. Have you ever been to like AA or things like that? Is that where we are, or NA or anything like that?
I mean, I'm open to it. I have never participated in a group like that besides tier 2 and here. And I think it was very helpful. It was very insightful. It helped me a lot and I am open to doing that. Again, I don't know where any of those things are. So I was just gonna talk to the parole or probation officer as far as like all those things.
Have you dealt with, have you come across anything to do with CCAR while you were there?
No.
Recovery coaches, anything like that?
I've heard some things about people in here like who have like gotten those certificates on the outside.
I mean, that's what I would do is I would ask about that.
Okay.
The thing that I'm concerned with is that, one of the things that I'm concerned with is that how the robbery led to the assault, and how that was, it seemed like going after alcohol out of desperation with really no regard to the person who was on the hood of the car. That's, for me, that seems like somebody really needs to drink. Is that where we were with that?
I mean,
Am I misreading it?
I mean, in a way, yes, but I was more so, honestly, I was more so afraid. In the moment, I was afraid because I know I did have a larceny charge already pending, and I was fully aware that if I got into trouble again, there will be time served incarcerated. And my first instinct was to, get away. I was afraid. I was scared of what was going to happen after that. And that's why I kind of just drove off.
Okay, so what was behind stealing the alcohol to begin with?
It was because I wanted to drink.
It was.
Yes.
So okay.
And I'm aware that I do. I'm aware I do need help. Again, not to excuse my actions, I just had lost my mom and I was in the process of like a custody battle, and that's just kind of what I like went to. And I didn't have the support because I wasn't, doing things that I should be doing. But now that I've been incarcerated for this time and me and my family have a better relationship, I have more support and things like that, they're willing to do, stand by me and help me. I know one of my uncles were a recovered alcoholic, and he goes to classes like that. So I'm just, once everything's in play, that my plan is to attend some of those groups.
Right.
whether it's once a week. I don't know how it really goes. It's my first time actually acknowledging it and acknowledging that I do have a problem. I
So
know that's,
So they really didn't talk about a lot of that in tier 2 or any of that in tier 2?
yes, they did, but they didn't, because as far as release dates and where you're from, they don't give you addresses. They can't give you addresses and placements and things like that, but they'll tell you that there's a lot of groups out there. There are women in here who have like resources, but like in the group, there wasn't anybody from my area. And I won't be able to travel far, like to other AA classes.
Okay. Well, I know that what you've asked for is a halfway house in the New Haven area, and I know that there is all kinds of support there. So, yeah.
No, I was
Go ahead.
I apologize. When I first went to my parole interview, my cousin was in the middle of like her child moving to college, so it wasn't a definite, but I do have a sponsor if that's possible. But that sponsor is in Bridgeport only because I would have majority of my support is all surrounded in Bridgeport. My
Okay.
stepdad, my aunt, all my aunts, my siblings, I don't have any support
Sure.
anywhere else.
And Bridgeport also has a huge recovery community.
Yes, I'm aware of minor,
That's where you want to really catch up with. And with your background and what you've done, it's like there's AA meetings, there's Narcotics Anonymous meetings, there's things like that that could help you with some of the things that you're dealing with, you know?
I agree.
Because that's the big thing for me as I was looking at this, and it was like, I just didn't see, I saw an initial thing with an IOP, but then recovery is an ongoing thing, you know?
Yes.
And I also, you talked about, and you understand, you know, anything to do with your child has to be dealt with in a different way, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
So you understand, so one of the offenses here, it's like just going down the list, is risk of injury.
Correct.
So you understand that all of that needs to be handled in a different way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if the full details are in there. I mean, either way, it was wrong. I should have not just grabbed him, but it was his birthday. Me and his grandmother had a disagreement, and she was upset, which she had all right to be upset. You know, we were kind of like our volumes were getting kind of loud, which he shouldn't have been around at the age of 5. And it kind of just upset me that she didn't allow me to properly say goodbye to him on his birthday. She was just like, go get out. And I wanted to properly say goodbye. So I kind of just, in the heat of the moment, I grabbed him. But I'm fully aware. I mean, I know that wasn't the right thing. But again, it honestly goes back to my alcoholism because I was drinking at the time. It doesn't make it right. But I know, like, as I got, I've sat in here, I reflected, I know a lot of those things I was all under the influence. I was drinking alcohol. So that's kind of what I just did. But I know, and I spoke to him about it, and he even tells me, he didn't like what I did, but he knows that, I've explained to him he's 10 now, so he kind of understands a little bit better. And he knows that I do have a sickness and I need to fix mommy, and he understands that. But yeah, it honestly all reverts back to I do need help. I need to get into AA classes, whatever they have to offer me. I'm open to taking because I do need it.
And it's, when it comes to you say AA classes, and it's just not understanding terminology, but that is just ongoing support, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't just go learn something and then not have the support to go with it.
Yeah.
That's an ongoing kind of support. So that when things go sideways or I'm feeling a certain way about something, I have a group of people that I can share that with. I can talk into something rational,
Yes,
right? Talk myself into something rational if I'm not being rational at the moment, right?
correct.
So, and then the check cashing that was going on here, and I mean, we are going back on this 7 years ago. But the whole check cashing deal, what was behind that?
Desperation.
Desperation for what?
I mean, I was homeless. I was just desperate, but I never cashed the checks. I did steal them, but I never cashed them. And that, you said that was 7 years ago. From what I recall, that those weren't, I mean, yes,
I'm sorry, it was August of 2019. So it's, at least what I have on here, it's July, it was July, August 2019. So that's 7 years ago. Okay, so then those are the offenses that are there and what happened, and you can see a theme through that. Right?
yes,
Yeah. So, you have been able to, while you've been in, OSHA 10
yes,
and the hospitality piece.
Correct.
That may open up, some additional things for you, right?
yes.
Um,
As well, yeah, I
go
have that also, as well as my Serve Safe, culinary hospitality, Serve Safe, and my OSHA 10. And I'm working on my business. I'm halfway through it.
And that's good, right?
Yes, those are all good things to look forward to.
Right. And then let's talk a little bit about, it's been a year since you had your last ticket. What's changed in that since then?
The biggest thing I feel like, I mean, coming into here, it's quite an adjustment. Every day you literally, it's like, survival mode. You literally have to do, it was a huge adjustment. It was a huge adjustment. Being that I had to put the risk of injury, I wasn't able to see or speak to my son, which was very difficult as well. I was calling home and, he was acting out, and he was, kind of like saying the reasons why he were acting out was because I was absent, and all of that kind of like, it should have, in the moment, it should have, pushed me to want to do better so I can hurry up and get out. But it was very difficult to hear all these things and knowing that I was the reason behind it was super hard. So it was an adjustment. And then, the charges, I went to court, it got dropped. But being that when, you come into the DOC with a protective order, especially with a child, they put like a 2-year hold on it. So I wasn't able to see him literally almost the whole time I was incarcerated. I'm pretty sure, as you see my tickets, I've gone months and months doing good because I want to do it, and I'm like, I have something to go for, like I have a purpose. I hear good things, I hear, sad things, but overall, he needs me. He needs a mother figure. Like, he has his grandmother, his dad is not in the picture right now. He needs a role model. And I finally, I wrote, and I was behaving, I was working, and then finally the warden approved a visit with me, and it kind of gave me my purpose again. And I just knew that I had to stay on the right path, and if I didn't, that I wouldn't see him anymore. And it would literally be even it would be super hard even on the outside to just gain reunification with him. And I seen him December 8th for the first time of last year. That was the first time I seen him, and then they did another one. And ever since then, I've been staying on the right path. I know that I have to be there for him. Like, he needs me.
Right. Very important. So that's a good motivation to abide by the rules that you need to abide by, right?
Correct. Also, mended some relationships that I broken at home with my aunts and my dad and family that, during drinking, I've said things that I shouldn't have. I've done things that I shouldn't have. I just came around when I felt like it. I kind of isolated and just stuck around people who were, drinking with me, and they were upset. And of course, they had things to say about it, and I just didn't want to hear it. So I've had time again to, think, reflect, and I know where I went wrong, and, they understand. They know, unfortunately, my mom, it wasn't alcohol, but she suffered from a drug addiction, and they know, that in the family there is other people who have alcohol problems, and they understand. And I've had time to mend those relationships, and knowing that I had that support, I knew that if I had my son, if I have my support that I need, I know I can do all good things that I need to do. As long as I have them. But without them, I can't do it on my own, but you need a foundation, you need support. And I feel like that's a big part. I never really had that because I wasn't going the path that I should have, and they were not condoning it. They were not, it was no excuses. It was no, okay, this time we'll help you out. It was either you're on the right path or you're not. And if I wasn't, they just didn't want to be around it. They didn't want to hear it. They knew everything I said was pretty much bullshit until I was sober. Then they knew that, okay, this is Mulaney, and they see a change and they want to help, and I need that.
Right. And it's, the thing is it's not BS. It's our intentions when we're in the middle of it. But the thing is, unless you get the ongoing support, that's what's going to happen again. So as much as we have intentions to do the right thing, if you pick up another drink, it's going to go back to what it was.
And I can't have it.
And again, I'm just going to say, AA is a community of people, right? That go through life in recovery together. And there's women's meetings out there, and there's a lot of women that deal with exactly what you're dealing with right now. Right? So it's, going through it with somebody who knows how to go through it. Right? Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Right? As long as you take care of you, which you've been doing, the relationships start to mend. What you were just talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
The important thing is when you get out there to continue that, right? And give yourself the support you need to be able to do that.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
I really.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Sanchez, I just have a couple follow-up questions. I was reading about some of your participation in the groups, and you talked quite a bit about anger management and how important that was for you. And
Yes.
one of the things you mentioned is that you're a better communicator. Tell me why you think communication is so important in your recovery going forward.
I've held I feel like when you hold a lot of things in, it just boils over, and that's when you start to, revert to easier things. And it's all difficult conversations, and conversations that's taken me a long time to deal with during my time in the WORTH program, which is Women Overcoming Recidivism Through Hard Work. they teach you a lot about things like that and how it's important to, let it out. And like he said, it's important to have a support system around you who have been through similar things, who have, so they know and understand what you're going through. It hasn't served me well not speaking about it, because all it does is it makes me angry, and then I go to drinking, and then you feel like you feel better, but then the very next day you're just back to square one. And it's hard. I haven't grieved for my mom's death, and still haven't, but I've worked on it. I've written letters. I've said things that, like I've spoken to an empty chair, which was one of the activities, and just saying all the things that you would say if she was there, and writing it and reading it to multiple people so that, you're acknowledging it and you're like, it's real. And, sometimes it was messed up things, but if I don't let it out, I'm just going to continue to be this angry person who just wants to
Sounds good. So what I'm hearing from you is that whether it's verbal or written, in communication, it's both of them important and help you get your feelings out.
Yes. And I mean, I definitely still have more work to do, but I feel like from where I was, it's way better. It's gotten extremely better. It's a little
communication is part of everything in our life, right? Whether it's at school, at work, in treatment, in the grocery store, it's all how you interact with other people. And sometimes, it's okay to not communicate with somebody and walk away.
Yes, and it was very difficult just because, past things, things got thrown in my face, and it's not a good feeling either. So, tend to just stuff it down. But again, if you have the right people, family, I've never, family for the most part, they won't do that. They're going to give you constructive criticism, but it's going to come from a genuine place. It's not going to be you, with the friend, and then things happen and it's thrown in your face.
Thank you. Did you recently facilitate a parenting group?
That was when I was in the work program.
Okay. How did that go?
It was hard because I know my situation, and opening up to women who, you don't fully trust, but it was a safe place in the work program, and it was just all about, again, it's back to myself. It's things that I need to work on, but it was a cool group, and we had even some of the CEOs participate, and it was a safe place, and we got to share things, and we all kind of had similar situations, and we all, were alike in some way. So it was a great experience.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm a believer that even whether you're a participant or a facilitator, can always get something out of it and always learn.
If you participate, as long as you participate and share and open up and communicate, then yes, it works if you work it.
Good for you. All right, thank you. Ms. Keys?
I have no question.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Sanchez, we don't have any other questions. We have no victim input today. So we are going to deliberate and give you our decision in just a moment.
Thank you so much again.
You're welcome. Mr. Pohl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ms. Sanchez has learned the offenses that were here, and obviously she had an alcohol problem that she recognizes, and she's done some work through Tier 2 and other types of programs to try to address the basics of that. Certainly, there needs to be more in the community, and the discussion that I had with her was about having that ongoing support in the community. She also understands doing things when it comes the right way when it comes to the relationship with her son, and apologize to the victim that wound up on getting hurt. Trying to stop her from robbing the alcohol from the store.
It's a larceny that turned into a robbery.
Right.
And an assault tragedy.
And, she's been approved for community release. Programs are there. We discussed the tickets, which stopped a year ago. And the motivation behind that was I don't want to keep not having this relationship with my son. And it's shown here. She's done a great deal of. She has a plan to go out. She has some options based upon the vocational types of things that she did while she was in. She wants to go to a community where she has support. She knows she's going to a place where she's going to have to deal with alcohol being around her, and that support that she has there is going to be. I am of the belief that Ms. Sanchez would benefit by some parole supervision prior to her being released on probation, 5 years of probation. So I would support her parole today.
Thank you. So I just wanted to note too, for the record, there were a number of support letters sent in on behalf of Ms. Sanchez getting parole today. And I just made a note. A couple of them talked about her resiliency, that they see she has strength and conviction, and that they're all willing to provide support and guidance. So I think that is important when you're coming back into the community after a period of incarceration. I agree with you, Mr. Pohl. We hear a lot of good things today. I also had a note that there were certificates in there for doing the AANA steps.
Yep.
So she is familiar with the program. I hope that you were able to encourage her to look into that on her release as well. But I do think based on support that she has, the programming that she did, which does address her criminogenic needs, her risk factors. She has a very minimal criminal history as well. A breach of peace and a larceny, 2 misdemeanors prior to this concoction of arrests that she's before. So of 2 of which are robbery and then assault 1 on that poor victim who was trying to stop her from stealing from his store. But I do hear a lot of offender change. I hear a good plan for release. So I also am in favor of discretionary parole today. And Ms. Keys?
Yeah, I am as well.
Okay, excellent. Mr. Pohl, what did you have for conditions?
No alcohol,
Okay,
halfway house. She said that she has responsibility, so I confirmed it.
correct,
A victim
right,
and a co-defendant.
right. I had mental health evaluation.
Me too as well.
And no driving without the parole officer's permission?
That makes sense.
Okay. All right.
And should we do a stay away from that package store? Is that, should that be a general no contact or?
Well, guy, yeah, we could. The guy owns the business.
Yeah.
So she stays.
So, I mean, that's true. Yes.
So
That's true. That's true, yeah.
JS for the victim and Samantha Delgado for the co-defendant?
Yes.
And I had JSN
Yes.
for the victim?
JSN as in Nancy.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. All right. In the matter of Melanie Sanchez, 435385, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after May 26, 2026, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, no contact with the victim, JSN, and no contact with your co-defendant, Samantha Delgado.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we wish you the best of luck, Ms. Sanchez. You did a good job today. Hopefully you'll, be able to secure some resources in the community and do well.
Thank you again.
what we want
One
for you.
question, I'm not sure if I understood right. Am I able to go to my sponsor's house if all that goes well with, the process?
That's up to parole. They'll get
Okay,
all the
okay.
information from you, and we added the halfway house just in case that doesn't work out.
Okay, thank you
All
so
right.
much.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Such as inmate number 435385.
1 second, sir.
Okay.
You're taking a break?
Hello.
How you doing? We'll be with you in 1 second.
Okay, cool.
All right, good morning. We'll go ahead and begin.
Good morning, how you doing?
Hello.
Can we just get your name real quick? Make sure we have the right person in front of us.
Skylar Grant.
Just gonna wait for the feed to kick on.
Waiting for our IT specialist to switch the camera over. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Perfect. All right, good morning. My name is Paul Officer Voice for today. It is Friday, May 15, 2026. This is the hearing of Connecticut Board Parts of Parole. Following board members present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Mike Paul.
Morning, Eileen Keys.
Also attending is the board psychologist. If you could please state your name and inmate number for the record.
I'm Skylar Grant, 383-110.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Skylar Grant, inmate number 383-110. She is serving a sentence of 12 years suspended after 4 years with 5 years probation for violation of protective order and criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 18, 2026. There is no victim in the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed the warrant, anger management beyond violence, and according to the Act of College. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment, one of the offender's overall scope of recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. So, since my 2 years of incarceration, I have been a productive inmate. I was never problematic. And I'm gonna go from my statement that I wrote. I put, hello, my name is Skylar Grant, and I take full responsibility for my actions, which led me to being an incarcerated mother of 4. Of course, when this obstacle is before us, we immediately think of the words we all do. That was short-lived for me because I wanted to make this time my last time. Reevaluation occurred, plans were made, steps were taken, and a seed was gratefully planted. I knew I was going to walk away from this place as a role model and no longer looked at as an embarrassment. Taking care of my mental health was a huge part for me because at one point I believed it didn't matter. I now believe that mental health plays a great part in recidivism rate throughout the world. Speaking for self, I grew up believing medication was the wrong way and street medicating was the right way. For years, I battled with PTSD, depression, and severe anxiety. And for years, this cycle of incarceration has repeated itself because I, Skylar Grant, has failed to take her mental health seriously. Today, I am proud of the person who stands before you. Within these 2 years, I've done everything in my power to become a better version of myself. Attending AA, working in commissary for a short period of time, attending and completing Circle of Security, which is a parenting class. And I was honored to be a part of their webinar through early childhood development. Successfully completed and graduated an intense 8 months course with Defy, a class that provides knowledge and skills for becoming an entrepreneur. Completed 5 semesters with Trinity and Quinnipiac, proudly passing each class. For the past year, I've been working at Datacon in the sewing department, handling the officer trousers. I am in charge of measuring and hemming for each facility throughout Connecticut, which was a great learning experience. Completing Beyond Violence, a group that helped me identify my triggers, how to cope with my triggers, and find ways to a healthier, non-violent environment, and completing anger management. On my free time, I enjoy reading, writing, setting small goals, and studying my religion. Once I am released, my goal is to continue to further my education, become a certified nurse, and help take care of my grandmother, engage in therapy, and provide a safe living environment for my 4 children. In closing, I would like to say that this journey has turned me into the person I knew that was hidden within me. I am now a productive member to society, and I am ready to re-enter. Thank you for giving me this chance to express to you who Skylar Grant is.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. I appreciate your opening comments and you preparing a statement for us today. You did talk in your statement quite a bit about some of the areas that we would be asking you about, so that worked out well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to start with the questions this morning, and then we'll all take an opportunity with follow-up questions, and then we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Okay.
All right. So let's begin by talking about why you're incarcerated. So you have a violation of protective order and criminal possession of a firearm. Can you tell us in your words what was going on and how you got involved in this?
Yes. So I was in a domestic relationship, and at the residence that I was staying at, I seen a firearm, and I taken it to my dad's residence. He wasn't happy with the decision, or wasn't happy with me being in possession of a firearm, and the police were called.
Okay. Were you under the influence of PCP at the time?
I don't think so, but I know I had it in my possession.
I think there was an indication in the information that we were provided that the other people around you believed that that was the case. And I think through some of the interviewing, there's an indication that during that time frames you were using PCP.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you have a violation of protective order. So obviously there were some things happening even before that day.
Mm-hmm.
And the victim in this case, is that the father of 1 or 2 of your children?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe that relationship leading up to this arrest?
I would definitely describe it as toxic. It was definitely toxic, but he was obviously a concerned party for the well-being of the children. And I don't deny that he didn't have a reason to feel concerned, but the relationship definitely was toxic.
Okay. All right. There is also information that is the case.
Yes.
As you stated. And because it's a domestic case, you were considered to take the Beyond Violence program, which you completed. Can you talk about that program and why you think it was relevant to take that program, and maybe what you took away from it that you think you can apply in the community?
Mm-hmm. I felt like in the beginning, I didn't feel like the group was necessary, but I'm happy that I did start and complete the group, because I was able to identify things that triggered me to either using or triggered me to like go backwards into like the toxic relationship. I was able to find out healthy coping skills to utilize. And I feel like the group was definitely needed. When in the beginning, I didn't feel like I needed it, but I'm happy about the outcome of it.
All right. Is that the first time you had taken a domestic violence type program?
Yes.
Okay. So I heard you mention identifying triggers and learning coping skills. Can you, what triggers did you identify?
I feel like loud voices, like if I'm being yelled at, I feel like that's a trigger for me to want to use. That's a trigger for me to want to go hide out. That's a trigger for me to want to like, you know, isolate myself from others. Like, and I didn't feel like being under the influence. I didn't realize that they was just concerned and, you know, they was worried for my outcome, like my well-being. But I felt like people just was nagging. People just was getting on my nerve. But while taking this group, I identified that my family were just concerned parties.
So, I mean, that could happen a week or two after you're out. Somebody's unhappy with the way you've said something, or you're in a situation and other people are yelling. How do you think you'll handle that? What coping skills have
I think I would handle that. I think I would handle that with a lot of courage, because I have gained a lot of resources. Even with Defy, you know, I'm eligible to work with their program once I'm released. So I feel like I have a lot of resources to keep me level-headed.
And when you say resources, what are you thinking?
I definitely plan on engaging with a clinic or in a community, because I was involved in them previously. And Defy, they provide with job resources too as well.
Okay. All right. And so coping skills, you're going to reach out to your resources. Is there anything else in the short term that you might be able to try and do? I mean, we hear a lot of different strategies that people use to get them out of a situation that's difficult for them.
My main goal is to definitely stay sober and engage with a sober community. That's why I plan on, as a short-term goal, to stay involved with in a community or with a clinic. Like, that's the main goal. Like, because if I can't stay sober, I can't be productive. So, and if my mental health isn't right, I can't be productive. So I definitely identified that was the problem in my previous arrest and my previous incarceration, because I didn't take my mental health or addiction seriously.
Okay. All right. And in the short term, do you talk about in the program, like being able to just walk away from a situation, you know, relieve yourself of the stress and come back to it later, maybe take a time out?
Yes, definitely taking a time out was identified in a group too, like either walking away, take walks, you know, just take a drive if you can. So that was helpful too.
Do you think those are things that could work for you?
Yes. And even a phone call, like conversating with somebody who's like a mentor, like either speaking with my grandmother or speaking to somebody who, you know, has my best interests at hand.
Sure. Even finding somebody within a sober community, kind of an independent person that will give you some straight talk, give you support. Yeah, you can definitely find that through NA, AA, you know, a sober community. Do they talk about CCAR at all at the facility?
Oh, you know what? That's funny, because one of the ladies that was released, I believe she's now a recovery coach through CCAR, and I got some information from the Judy Dorn program, the Mom and Kids. I actually just finished that. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, they gave me some information. I just finished that session Wednesday. Yeah, and they gave me information about CCAR and resources throughout Hartford, but that's when I get to Hartford, because I plan on going to Bridgeport first.
Okay, well, you know, CCAR they have probably a center in almost every city.
Okay.
At this point, and Bridgeport has the original CCARs. And, you know, I'm always a supporter of what CCAR puts out there, because yes, you can be a recovery coach, but you can also get a recovery coach, right? It's a sober community. They promote and give you opportunity to participate in sober social events too. For
That
a
would be great.
mom, they have places you can bring your child. They have
Okay.
events that incorporate the entire family. So it's a good place in addition to things like the Wheeler clinics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
So I'm
I didn't know
glad-
it was one in Bridgeport.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you have talked about it, and I'm happy to hear that you've been continuing your education.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
It's funny
what
because,
is-
sorry.
I was just gonna say,
um,
what inspired you to do that?
You know what? I was inspired to do it because I wanted to do it when I was home, but obviously, the drug controls the mind, the drug controls the mental, and I wanted to always do it. So I felt like when I got here, I was going to use it to the best of my ability. I'm like, school is definitely important, and I wanted to educate myself and stay in that type of environment. I never was the type of inmate to, sit around, wait for rec. And, I definitely wanted to get my mind back to normal and expand my thinking, expand my writing. And that's what I did. I completed 5 semesters with Trinity and Quinnipiac, and I've been doing good.
Nothing better than expanding your mind, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I did read that you were sober for 2 months before you were incarcerated.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And how did you maintain that sobriety in the community? What were you doing?
I actually wasn't involved in the community. I just was like trying to stay focused. And the day that I did get arrested, I was on the verge of relapsing. I had, obviously, engaged in getting the items too.
Okay.
It's just so embarrassing. I
Yeah.
hate speaking about it, but the day that I got arrested, I wanted to get high, and I bought some things to make me feel numb, and that's what happened.
Sobriety is a process, right?
It is.
It's every day. It's a commitment.
Thank you.
So I did read also, it looks like you've done some other programming to help you with your parenting, the CLICK program, the Storybook program. Those are all programs designed for parents to stay with their children, do things. Do you feel like that's been helpful?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy seeing the other mothers interact and read books to their kids. And I enjoy it. My kids enjoy getting the books with the recorded voice from me. And I just feel like me being involved in these type of programs will keep me and make me be a better mom. Like, it will give me the skills, because being a mother of 4, I thought I knew all the knowledge and skills on parenting, and I didn't, because I learned way more.
Good. Glad. Your release plan says you want to go to the Lucy Barney Center. Is that a sober house or a halfway house?
It's a mom and kid program in Bridgeport.
Okay.
It's a mom and kid program and a halfway house.
Okay. And I read that your goals are to, regain custody of your children.
Yes.
Have you
Yes.
thought about how you work to do that?
Well, my main goal is to find employment first, because if I can't support myself, I can't support them. So that's my first step. And I have support on the outside who's pointing me in directions of employment. And I have a friend that's looking up jobs throughout Bridgeport, like warehouse work and stuff like that. But once I'm out of Bridgeport, I wanted to go to the Area Healthcare Academy in Hartford. And it's a class where you take the CNA course for 4 weeks. And you could be certified. They place you in a job placement, but my grandmother wanted me to work for her, so I wanted to be certified first.
Perfect. Okay. I do not have any other questions for you, Ms. Grant. I did notice that you identified as a high-risk situation your ex-boyfriend. Do you have a plan that will allow you to stay away from him?
I do have a plan. My plan is to just go through the court to get the protective order where we could communicate, because we do share 2 children. So until that's done, then I won't be seeing him, he won't be seeing me.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Keys?
only question I had that's left was I don't know if it's DataCon or DataCon, but is that an external job as well where you can continue that in the
I was
community?
hoping it was, but I would definitely take the experience and like try to make that like a side hustle with sewing quilts, little baby pieces. It was a learning experience. I wish it was a job I could take home, but I know they got Braille in the Braille department, you could take that job home.
Okay. Yeah, and a side hustle, you could make money on side hustles and sometimes those can turn into your main hustles.
Right,
I mean,
I was
and a
happy.
resume, you could put it on your resume and that looks
Yeah.
really good. So, all right, that's my only remaining question. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. I
your
appreciate
attention.
it.
Thank you. Mr. Pohl? Okay, so we do not have any other questions this morning.
Okay.
Yes, it is still morning, Ms. Grant. So we'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a
Okay.
moment. All right, so Ms. Grant, she, has violation of protective order and a criminal possession of a firearm. There's an indication, she is reading the materials. There is an indication her father intervened, called the police. She's clearly a prohibited person from possessing a firearm. I think that's clear. Now, her record does include other larcenies, a violation of protective orders, and fatal appears. I didn't see a prior firearms charge on there, though. She does score moderate for risk to recidivate. She has taken a number of programs that do address what's been identified as her risk and needs, such as for her substance abuse, her housing. She has completed anger management, the Beyond Violence. She completed and sounds like she got quite a bit from that program. I like to see that she was continuing her education. I think that builds self-esteem, will help her in the future. She has a solid release plan. She doesn't have anything real committed for employment, but she certainly has skills to go out with. And like I said, a sober plan. So I'm in favor of granting discretionary parole today. Ms. Keys?
Yes, I am as well.
Okay, okay, and conditions, I had mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with the victim, AA, without the parole officer's permission, halfway house.
See you.
Did I miss anything? Oh, community-based treatment for domestic violence. Okay. So in the matter of Skylar Grant 383110, I moved to grant discretionary parole on or after May 15th, 2026, which is today, with the following stipulations: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact without the parole officer's permission with AA. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Ms. Grant, good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
This concludes the hearing for Skylar Grant, unit number 38311.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Yost. Can you hear us all right?
Yes. Good
All right,
afternoon.
so we just need to do a brief administrative thing real quick. So you're gonna be able to hear us and everything. What's happening doesn't apply to your case,
I'm
okay?
looking for a partner.
Oh,
So
okay.
just just sit there for a minute. You're gonna hear us say some stuff. None of this applies to you. It applies to the previous
okay.
case. So,
All right, take
so
your
just
time.
sit there for a minute. None of this,
All right.
none of this affects
That's
you.
Okay.
We are back on the record for Skylar Grant, 383110.
All right, we're going to make an amendment to the no contact with victim condition. The actual, we're going to take away the AA, which with no parole officer's permission, and instead the victim in this case is JD without the parole officer's permission. All in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the hearing, Skylar Grant, 383110.
All right.
All right, thanks. All right, so we're everything from now on is applying to your case.
Okay,
Thanks, we appreciate that.
no problem.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Boyster. Today is Friday, May 15th, 2026. This hearing in the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Mike Cole.
Eileen Keys.
Also attending this morning is the board psychologist. You can please state your name and inmate number for the record, please.
Nicole Yost, 398-753.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nicole Yost in matter number 398-753. She is serving a sentence of 3 to 12 months for larceny 4 counts of violation of probation, with 4 counts of larceny 6 and 1 count of failure to appear second as the underlying offense. As of today, if I could reflect a parole eligibility to April 23rd, 2025, there is no victim in point of the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows the offender's completed thoughts, voices, tier 2, and anger management. Utilizing the Women's Trustees assessment board, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Do I read the letter now? Right?
Yeah.
Yes, you have a letter. You may
Okay.
read.
Okay. I am coming to you today as a reformed woman. When I first walked through the doors of this prison, the idea of change was overwhelming. I had an addiction that took over every aspect of my life, an addiction that made my life feel worthless. Thankfully, today, with all the hard work and motivation, I've come to accept a new way of life. I know I am worth every bit of a successful future. I've completed Tier 2, Voices, Anger Management, Defy, and I am currently enrolled in 3 Rivers, where I am earning a marketing certificate. Being deferred was a blessing in disguise because it gave me the opportunity to continue the work I needed to do for myself and my sobriety. I have a strong support system and solid relapse prevention plan. I have local access to recovery meetings and CCAR. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Yost, this is a rehear for you. You were before the board back in August.
Yes.
So we're happy to see you here today, and we're happy to see that you've been able to do some additional programming. You have
Yes.
no disciplinary reports, all in your favor. We think that's important that you were able to address the board's prior concerns. So Ms. Keys will begin with the questions this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I actually was on your last panel, and so I was happy to see I got to revisit
yeah, you
you.
were. You were, yes. I
see how
remember
you're
now.
doing, and so that's
I'm good.
it doesn't always happen, and so
Yeah.
when it does happen, you really hope that everything
Yeah.
went positively, and it's really heartbreaking when it doesn't. So luckily for all of us, you were one where it really went well. So
Yes.
I recall being, just to recount, I recall being really impressed last time we spoke with the personal development you seem to have experienced during the incarceration, recognizing your self-worth and the value you have, and how you were making the choices that you were making. It just seemed like you had done so much work already. And but I just recall that we really wanted you to be able to complete some more additional programming And then have a longer time since your last disciplinary report. And reviewing the update, you did exactly what was asked of you. You have not received any additional disciplinary reports, and you only had 3 in total, although we want, 1 is too many, but you had
Yes.
3. I don't want anyone watching to think you had,
No,
50,
yeah.
but you have not received the DR since we last met. And you have since completed new thoughts, as you mentioned, again, tier 2, voices and anger management. So I guess I'd really just like to ask, what you think about the programs you've taken now, any further, insights into yourself, and then ask about your release plans.
Well, I really enjoyed the group voices because I never knew, like, always in my head, I was like, oh, I don't have any victims. But I did in reality. Not only were my children my victims, because I wasn't there mentally or emotionally and physically now for them, but also the stores that I stole from to support my habit was my victims as well. And that really like opened my eyes, like, wow, like I wasn't raised like that. I don't like feeling like now that I'm clean and I have a clear mind, I feel like I'm embarrassed, I'm embarrassed for doing what I did, and it's not like, how dare I, actually walk into a store and take something that isn't mine, that I haven't bought. And at the time I thought it was okay. Now I know it's not, and I don't plan on ever doing that again, nor do I want to. And the anger management was good. I'm not an angry person, but it opened up my eyes to see like the different types of levels of anger. I get more aggravated than angry, and that I liked as well. And the tier 2 was amazing because I eventually want to be a counselor, drug counselor. So that really, I enjoyed every minute of that. And I also forgot to say that I do the laundry in the unit for everyone. And that has taught me a lot of patience. A lot of patience. Yes, a lot of patience. But I enjoy it as well.
Yeah, that would require patience. So that,
Yes.
But it's an important skill to develop, and an important, just something to get used to is practicing patience at times when you're just overwhelmed with laundry or anything.
Yeah.
And is that one of the jobs where you work 7 days a week?
6, but yeah, pretty much 7. Yeah, 7. We do have the blankets. I do blankets for them. So yeah, 7 days.
Okay. And it's, so it's also getting accustomed to working 6 days a week, 6 out of 7 days a week, and used to that, and knowing that you can do that, and so accepting what work you can acquire when you get out, and then hopefully you can work your way up to, something that is more pleasurable. Yeah. What do you want to say?
And it's nice because people are depending on me to get their laundry done. It's nice to feel needed like that. Like, even though it's state clothes, but still, it's nice. Like when I'm at home, my children want their clothes done. So it's the same, I feel.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you added that. Thank you. So what are your plans for release now? Where would you go? What are your first steps?
I'm very grateful, and my oldest daughter, she's 20, she just had a baby. She said I can live with her, which also my other daughter lives there. So I'll be going home to 2 of my kids and my granddaughter, which is amazing because it's right up the road from where I go to attend my NA meetings. So it's walking distance. So there's no excuse at all for me not to attend a meeting 7 days a week. And my kids already told me that. And I agreed with them. And it's I plan on doing IOP as well. So everything's walking distance for me. And it's near all my children, my parents, my good support network. And I'm just so grateful that they're giving me another chance, really.
Yeah. You have good kids. So your IOP is also within walking distance? That's also close?
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Awesome. And your parents are still close by? That's wonderful.
Yeah. My parents are just 20 minutes away, so it's not far. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. So they're not just going to be showing up when you don't want them to, but you can invite them over and you guys can, you can see each other when you want.
Yes, exactly.
That's good. That's awesome. For work. So I'm glad that you first mentioned the most important foundational things, which is sobriety, mental health. I mean, those are the basics. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, and your support network. So those are the most important. And then of course, transportation, because that can interfere with just being able to
Yeah.
maintain those things, even when you have the motivation. So then what would be next for employment?
Well, I already have a job waiting for me. My youngest son's girlfriend's mom owns her own house cleaning company, and she said that I could work for her 6 days a week. If not 6, then 5, she said. But that's already, which is amazing. I don't mind cleaning.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's excellent. I actually don't have any other questions. I'll leave it to my colleagues. Thank you very much for answering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Cole?
Great job on what you've done since last hearing.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Just take a quick.
Mhm.
Oh, so I just had a note, no, you answered that. My apologies. Okay, we're all set. So we'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a moment.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. You always, I think I say it wrong, but she
No,
has
you're
done
saying
very
it
well.
right.
Did I say
You're
right? Okay,
saying
thank
it
you. I meant to ask and I apologize. So I think she's done very well. And it sounds like she really has gone through her personal development, and she recognizes the importance of prioritizing her sobriety and her mental health, her well-being. As I mentioned before, she's really considered everything, and she has a good support network. So I am in favor of granting today for conditions. I had put halfway house if needed, but it sounds like, so I think we could still put that just in case.
Yeah.
And if, something falls through, it could be a backup if it realizes it's too intense to have a new baby, and then you have a place to go
Yeah.
if you need a break,
That's
and
like-
just
yeah.
to make sure, right? Just to make sure things don't go awry. So
Okay.
that'll be taken care of. Mental health evaluation and treatment if deemed necessary. I had put, and then
I want to do that. I'm definitely doing that regardless.
and I don't know if, we may not need it to be a condition because she wants it anyway, but I'll leave that to my colleagues. And then I had put also no alcohol consumption.
Yep.
Anything else?
I had mental health, no alcohol, halfway house.
Okay.
We wouldn't do the victims. Yeah. Okay, and that's good. She has flat sentence. It'll give her a little time on supervision.
Yeah.
An opportunity for some resources and support as well.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Pohl, you good with that?
Good with that.
Okay, in the matter of Nicole Yost, 398-753, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, May 15th, 2026, with the following conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if needed, and a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Ms. Yost, you did very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you and
Wait, I
nice
have
to
a
see that.
question.
Sure.
If needed, that means like if the housing falls through, so I
Yes.
don't, which it won't, but okay, I got it. Okay, just had to clarify.
That was good to
Thank you
clarify.
so
Yeah.
much.
You're
We
welcome.
Thank
we
you.
like a plan, we always like a plan B.
Yeah.
Yes, great.
Just to
Thank you.
protect you.
All right, good luck
Yes.
to you.
Thank you so much.
The hearing for Nicole Yost, 398-753.